We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of November the 16th, 2021. Our study session this evening includes a joint special meeting with the Planning Commission. So clerk, will you please call the roll for the meeting tonight, including both the council and for the purposes of the special meeting studying session, the Planning Commission as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here. Thank you very much.
Chair
Our study
Rosman.
session tonight is a special joint meeting with the
Mayor?
Planning Commission for an update on the 85th Street Station Area Plan, and then an update on the safer routes to, everything okay?
Mayor, we didn't complete the roll call for the Planning Commission.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Chair Rosman.
Here.
Vice Chair Roycer.
Here.
Commissioner Allen. Commissioner Bagg. Commissioner Rutherford.
Here.
Commissioner Single.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Chizen.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. My apologies, Commissioner. I'm just used to going when I hear my name. So I will now proceed. Our study session is a special joint meeting with the Planning Commission for an update on the 85th Street Station Area Plan, and then an update on the Safer Routes to School Phasing Plan and Transportation Benefits District Funding. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30 p.m. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome members of the Planning Commission. So tonight, the first hour is dedicated to the 85th Street Station Area update, and the goal tonight is to confirm the previous direction, to provide you an update on the work program that's coming to the council on December 14th, and also the work elements that will be happening in the first parts of 2022. So we're definitely interested in continued feedback from the council. We also welcome questions and feedback from the Planning Commission. And we have lots of folks here to answer those questions if you have any. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Allison Zeich, our senior planner, who's coordinating this project, and she will introduce everybody else as needed. So Allison.
Thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, and also welcome and thank you for being here tonight, Chair Rosman, Vice Chair Roycer, and the rest of the planning commissioners. We're excited to speak with you this evening. Madam Mayor? Oops, you're muted.
Apologies. What a great start to the meeting. I see that Katya has joined us as part of the team. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And Allison, go ahead, and I'm going to mute myself for the rest of the night.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so tonight we're, like the city manager said, we're here to provide really a check-in on what we've been up to since we last spoke with you on October 26th at your study session. Since we talked to you on October 26th, I did just want to highlight that we did hold a community question and answer session on November 1st. The recorded live session and the questions that were submitted for that are now available on our project webpage, along with staff responses to those questions in an FAQ format. So those are all now published on the Station Area Plan Project webpage and are available for viewing. And with that, I'd like to get to the presentation and hand it off to our consultants from Methuen. Aaron Ishizaki and Brad Barnett are with us tonight to walk you through a presentation, and afterwards we're happy to take questions and hear your comments. We also have Joel Funt, our transportation manager, and George Dugdale and Kevin Pelstring from the finance department available if any questions come up for them. With that, I'd like to hand it over to Aaron. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison, and good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, and commissioners. It's really lovely to be back here with you again this evening to give you an update on the 85th Station Area Plan. Just share my screen. My name is Aaron Ishizaki. I'm a partner with Methuen. And I will be walking you through some updates. Here's an agenda for this evening. including an update to the preferred direction summary that we discussed at our last meeting in October. We'll give you sort of an in-progress update on the team's work on developing the preferred plan direction, as well as the future implementation framework, and then just recap on our next steps for the project. And we're looking forward to taking any questions and discussion afterward. And I just want to thank the staff and across many departments. We've been thrilled to work with you all to develop this work to share tonight. So just again, to sort of recap again, why are we planning for the Northeast 85th Station area? As a reminder, this area of Kirkland has always been a crossroads, and because of the new planned bus rapid transit station at 85th Kirkland, it's so kind of remarkable to imagine Kirkland will be connected regionally with that line to light rail, as well as the bike network, and have frequent bus service every 10 to 15 minutes connecting all around the region. So just as a reminder, in 2019, City Council directed the station area planning work to begin to leverage this once in a generation transit investment and to proactively plan for growth over the next 20 plus years. Also wanted to remind folks that the plan goals do build on the 2035 comprehensive plan, along with the neighborhood plans for Highlands, Everest, Norkirk, Moss Bay, and Rose Hill, and the city's sustainability master plan. And also it includes housing action planning supported by House Bill 1923 and will result in a supplemental EIS to the comp plan. So the city's objective with this project is to leverage that BRT bus rapid transit investment, as I mentioned, and to maximize the most opportunity, value, community benefits, and quality of life for the city and for the station area. So this is just a summary of our discussion from the last meeting with council in October. And we wanted to, because this is a check back in with you all before December, we wanted to make sure that we confirmed the direction we heard from you. So the first three things are, we heard from council that the staff and consulting team should focus on drafting a preferred plan direction around what's called June Alternative B, or transit connected growth. That's what we've been working on. We also heard that proposed solutions for capital funding for future infrastructure projects, as well as proposed community benefit strategies that were proposed in the fiscal impacts and community benefits study should be continued to be developed and considered. There's 6 other points of additional direction we heard last time at the meeting last time, and we also wanted to make sure that we have these right and that we're working on these. So I'll walk through these 6 items on the bottom. The first is to develop a bolder vision for open space parks and green infrastructure. The second is to develop a bolder vision for active transportation, for walking and rolling around the station area. The third incorporates sustainability measures as a baseline requirement. The fourth, to continue working on resolving transitions between different areas of heights. The fifth, to continue coordinating with Lake Washington School District on expanding future school capacity in order to accommodate growth. And finally, to provide some additional transportation study, including a better understanding of bike and pedestrian trips, as well as corridor analysis for transit capacity and travel time. So that's what we, as a recap of our last study session with you all.
Can we just, any comments on that from the council? Or does everybody feel that it correctly recapped the last meeting?
And I think we're going to use hands raised because I can't get everybody on the same screen.
See, Councilmember Pascal has raised his hand.
Okay, Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on that last number 6 point there about additional information around person trips and corridor analysis, I just want to make sure that we're capturing that correctly, the intent of that. And the intent is really to understand the mode share goals that we intend to achieve or that we are aspiring to achieve for this area. And we can't really understand that if you don't have person trip information. And then secondly, that goes to timing regarding the types of investments in infrastructure you need and when you need them. And so I just want to make sure that that's not just data that we want, that I want. It's information which you can help inform decision making around timing of investments and the type of investments that are needed to support that type of mode share goals.
Excellent, thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The bullet here around sustainability talks about incorporating sustainability measures as a baseline requirement. And as you drill into it in the packet, it could be read a couple of different ways. I just wanted to expand a little bit on my particular interest in this, was saying that I wanted to look at options for having some level of baseline that existed outside the density bonus program, and maybe having other levels of sustainability within it. I think so I wanted to make sure we were looking at both, what happens within existing zoning and what happens as you go in the density bonus program and have additional development capacity, but also additional public benefit.
Great. Angela?
Yeah, so it's not directly on this list, but I know I've brought it up before and I just want to say it while we're all together, is that I would love to see some more images and graphics to be able to discuss these more clearly. I think it really helps to be able to see things rather than just look at, lines of text, especially those of us who aren't, into like building, developing day to day. It's sometimes hard to see it, especially when we talk about heights and densities and setbacks and all that. So I don't know if council has directed staff to do any more of that, but I think it would be really, really helpful for the next step of this discussion.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not on this list, and I assume it's because we've talked about it many times, and it wasn't so much a conversation on October 26th. But I think it's really important that we add on here maximize affordable housing opportunities, just so that it's clear to the community that that is a direction that is very important to all of us.
Thank you. And I just have one comment with regard to Angela's request. I'm wondering if it's possible to make the walking tour available to the members of the Planning Commission. I was not able to participate in that tour, but even the materials that you sent were incredibly helpful in my driving tour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had talked about that already as a great idea, so the staff is going to be reaching out to the Planning Commission to arrange the similar tour.
Angela?
Yeah, I wonder if there's some like high-level version of that too that we can give to community members that could be helpful, the ones that want to really dig into this area. If it's a driving tour with just real high level of, go look at this, this is the kind of thing we're talking about. I don't know if anyone's going to be interested, but, it might be something if they want to do their own, driving tour, maybe something we can use.
We can develop some options for that.
Great. Okay, let's proceed.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, everyone, for those clarifications and additions. Appreciated. All right. So, and just as a reminder, Councilmember Curtis, maybe this was, these are the key issues that we've heard about the plan fairly consistently throughout the planning process. So I just want to highlight that we are hearing these items. Top on the list is affordable housing, jobs and workforce development, supporting schools and education, open space, parks and green infrastructure, mobility, traffic, parking, walking and rolling, sustainability and climate action, as well as resilience, and then amount and type of growth, as well as experience and transitions within the station area. So this is a summary of the June Alternative B alternative transit connected growth that we reviewed together and have been developing since last month. I know that this is a text heavy slide, but we just wanted to make sure it was important to confirm that the growth expectations that the team is working with developing are based on June Alternative B. So you can see the number of total maximum households and employment that the preferred plan direction would support over the 23-year planning horizon. This is the total number inclusive of existing households and jobs. So you can see the addition down here. Just to note, based alone on the existing inclusionary housing requirement for affordable housing that the city has today, if that full amount of households was built in the station area, that would result in 624 total affordable homes, or 10% of the new potential households. And we'll be considering other measures as well. On the right is a summary of the community benefits policy framework that was recommended and supported to move forward in our last meeting. This looks at a number of different topics: parks, housing, mobility, sustainability, and schools and education. And for each of these, identify specific policies, programs, and strategies that can be used in combination to help maximize community benefits through the planning process. So now we want to get into really highlighting what we've been working on, which is the preferred plan direction, just to make sure folks are aware what that includes. We're working on these items for the next meeting in December on the 14th, and it will include two different kind of groupings of information. First is the long-range vision, which will include the growth expectations and community benefits framework we just looked at. It will include a conceptual long-range graphic of the vision, description of character sub-areas within the district, and opportunities to enhance parks, open space, and active transportation, since we knew those were priorities that were discussed last time. It will also include a future implementation framework. So this is how the plan vision gets implemented through code and zoning. So it will include a future regulating districts map and table. I'll describe those as we walk through the materials, as well as the future street types map and table. So that's sort of what is the focus of the work this month and next. So now I'm going to share with you all an in-progress update of the team's work, including both working with staff across departments as well as the consultant team to develop some of the materials that we just looked at that list. The first is things related to the long-range vision of the plan. So just thinking about the vision and the character of the station area, I'm going to just take a moment to walk back in time and wanted to highlight the really unique topography of the station area and of Puget Sound. On the very right, you can see this is the glacier that shaped much of our area. As the glacier moved through, it created all sorts of interesting geology and many of the hills and lakes that are around our area. The east side's geology is a little bit different than Seattle and the west side of Lake Washington. It's very, has these moraines and kettles, which are lakes and hills that are kind of rolling that have formed from that glacier. And I'm mentioning it's because it's very typical of the east side, and also it's something that makes the station area really unique. So Forbes Lake is a kettle lake, and Rose Hill is that moraine that's up on the hill, which you can kind of see a bit of, that sort of rolling hills in this image down here. So that's something that makes it such an interesting place. Also, thinking about the station area, there's lots of great assets there today. There's the Cross Kirkland corridor, There is the wonderful views looking towards downtown and the lake and seeing the mountains in the distance. There's really interesting local businesses and unique character within Norkirk, and certainly the addition of the West Rapid Transit is exciting. And then, of course, the lake and the natural areas as well as the parks are really lovely. The other thing that makes the station area unique today is that it is covered with lots of parking and underutilized land. So 45% of the station area is covered with parking today. So as we look forward to a future long-range vision, it's really exciting to think about how compact transit-oriented growth around this new bus rapid transit station, as well as the corridor, the Cross Kirkland Corridor Trail, is a chance to grow smart. And to really think about it as a vibrant mixed-use environment as a model of innovation. So we've started giving some thought to, within the station area, recognizing that rolling topography and really distinct areas within it, what are the different sort of districts that make up the broader station area? We really see a great opportunity to improve mobility choices and make an eco-friendly place that's really rooted in the history of the land, the people, and the culture at this sort of special crossroads within Kirkland. There's lots of opportunity for highly visible integration of ecological systems within this urban setting that can make it very unique and also help to sort of promote community health and quality of life. So we're really excited about it. We have in here some sort of provisional names for what we might begin to think about calling the different districts within the station area, and we'll walk through a little bit of some thinking on character on each of these, while we think there's qualities that can also be cohesive. So I will go ahead and begin to walk through those. So the first is what we're calling for now the Maker District, and this is on the map in the Norkirk area. Really envisioning this as an exciting more pedestrian-oriented district that builds on Norkirk's character and the amazing CKC access. 7th will become a lively connection as it's connecting between the BRT drop-off location and down to Old Downtown, and wanting to support the traditional mixed use and industrial character of the area, while still encouraging more urban uses that might support locally owned small businesses. So you can see some example imagery of inspiration for that, and up on the right corner, some images of the area today. Moving south from Norkirk, we're calling the area, this area Downtown Gateway District. So really serving as a interesting node and gateway to downtown Kirkland via 6th Street, emphasizing mid-rise residential and office buildings, as well as important bike and pedestrian connections along green pathways along Kirkland Way and to and from the station, as well as connecting with the Cross Kirkland Corridor. This is a particularly hilly area as we kind of come down that hill to downtown. The Forbes Lake District, so moving over to the east side of 405, around Forbes Lake, is such a unique place. It's already very beautiful, and we really see this as an amazing opportunity to have this combination of sort of walkable mixed-use district that also connects back to the lake and to nature. So opportunities for shops and office uses, mid-rise residential, and really focused around a green Main Street kind of corridor that can combine retail and active uses with small open spaces along 120th. Biophilic design or nature-inspired design and visible water, energy, and biodiversity strategies can really begin to tell the unique story of this place. Moving up the hill, south of 85th, we're calling this area the Green Innovation District for now. So super cool opportunity as you go along 120th from Forbes Lake up the hill to the high school. See this district as a model of innovation and really importantly, a place for people to connect between community, students, and the workforce. And it can transition from shops and offices to more residential type uses of townhomes and apartment buildings, and civic uses. Key over here, active transportation choices and great connections to green space. And of course, lots of nice views from this area as well. And then the Rose Hill Gateway District. So this is along 85th as you're coming into Kirkland from Redmond. Interesting place, you know, where today it's not as noticeable as you begin to make your way into Rose Hill. So there's a great opportunity to create a more of a gateway with both active ground floor development as well as a strong sense of arrival using lots of different ideas around streetscape design, public art, and urban design features. So together, we see those 5 districts as working together within the station area, and also beginning to think about the character of them will help us understand how to develop the plan. So switching topics for a moment, want to focus on active transportation, walking and rolling for a moment. So we wanted to highlight what the project's ideas are within June Alternative B that were part of the study and the fiscal impacts component of the study as well. And so a few things to highlight on this map where we can see 85th along the middle here and the interchange in the middle. We wanted to highlight grade separated bike lanes on 90th that are important to connect east-west on the east side of 405. Buffered bike lanes within a couple places on the west side of 405, both along 7th going down to downtown as well as along Kirkland Way. So we think these are supportive of the goals of mobility. And then the third one, there's a great idea for a north-south connector trail along the east side of 405 that can actually be a great way to tie into some existing trails and plans and create, you know, we have the Cross Kirkland corridor on the west and to create a similar north-south connector on the east. So this was an alternative B. In addition to that, the team's been working on creating some other ideas about ways to support an even bolder vision around getting around the station area. These are a few of the ideas that staff and consultant team have identified. We wanted to highlight some of them for you. The first is really focusing on consistent bike lane protection at intersections. That's number 1, and you can see on the map here in particular on 122nd, that's an important bike connection, but generally is useful. Number 2, so the idea came up of a iconic pedestrian and bike crossing at Northeast 85th. We're recognizing that there's some challenges with sort of connecting to and getting through the interchange at this location. And so we see a really important opportunity to begin to make that a strong and safe connection north-south.
Erin, can I interrupt for a second?
Please.
I see Deputy Mayor Arnold's hand.
When we get to a stopping point in this whole active transportation section, I think would be a good time. I've got a couple of questions.
Super. Okay. Erin, I'll let you make that call.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. The third idea we wanted to highlight as a team was the potential to connect between the trails at North Rose Hill Woodlands Park along Forbes Lake and connect down to the station area as well as over to that north-south bike connection. And the fourth is Taylor Fields is just south of the station area, and it seems like an exciting potential to begin to connect down to that park along 122nd. And that is the end of this portion, Councilmember Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Great, thank you, Erin. I really appreciate the ideas and the updated thinking here. One thing that occurred to me as we're doing the walking tour, if you could go back one slide and talking about 7th, is that it turns out that there is significant right-of-way on 7th all the way down the hill and going into downtown. And as we think about 7th as a complete street, I'm wondering why, is there a reason why we're looking at buffered bike lanes on 7th versus the separated bike lanes we were looking on 90th? Because it sure seems like that as that redevelops, we've got some significant room to do more improvements on 7th.
Thanks for that comment, Deputy Mayor. I think that's a great opportunity to enhance and embolden the vision beyond what was expressed in that June alternative B. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We also wanted to share with the team some ideas around parks and open space to enhance the vision make the vision bolder. Just a reminder, when we looked at parks and open space, based on the city's current level of service policies, we need to try to achieve a fair number of parks and fair acreage of parks, both community and neighborhood parks within the station area. This map shows a walking distance of half mile from each of the existing parks and open spaces, and you can see that that deficit does exist. One of the recommendations in the study is to move from that level of service policy standard to more of a thinking about a walking distance standard, which would help to promote equitable access. So I wanted to just mention that from a policy perspective, it's something we're thinking about. In terms of ideas to improve upon the vision for parks and open space, the team, again, staff and consultants have brainstormed on a number of ideas. These are a few of the top ideas so far that we've discussed. And the first one is really expanding access and open space near Forbes Lake to provide connections with the boardwalk, wetland enhancement, and other water quality benefits. The second idea is to really focus on green connections to parks and schools. And this could be through paths and linear parks along streets or other green connections. In particular, it seems like there's some opportunities to connect to Rose Hill Meadows Park. The third one is looking at additional enhancements along the CKC and linear parks. And we know that this is part of the CKC master plan, and there's already great examples of this that exist today. So this seems like an excellent opportunity. Fourthly, thinking about opportunities to increase ecosystem services and air quality with tree canopy. The WSDOT potential excess right-of-way has been mentioned as an opportunity for this. And then last but not least, multi-benefit streetscape improvements and really thinking about places where utility or other infrastructure work may be needed and trying to focus on stormwater quality by including rain gardens to those improvements. So those are a few of the ideas that have been developed so far on enhancing the park and open space vision. So I'll just pause there quickly to see if there's any other, any other questions or comments on that first piece on vision, either the character areas or these additional opportunities.
Angela, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the focus on multimodal transportation. I think is great. The bus rapid transit's going to be great, but that's going to be about people leaving and coming to Kirkland, and it's the interconnected walk, bike, etc. that is really going to make this a more livable community to live, work, play all together in one place. So excellent job on that piece.
Thank you. Katya.
Thank you. Regarding the north-south corridor for potential bike and ped access, just like east, it was just east of 405 and what would either be, I guess, DOT land or potentially the land where Lee Johnson's at. There's that connector there, see around number 2. And I'm a frequent user of that bridge there across, it hooks up to 80th. Would that be public land? Is that private land? And have we discussed with the state or current or potential landowner about putting a bike ped trail through there?
Thanks, Commissioner Allen. I'll just have a quick response and then others please chime in. So WashDOT, as part of their interchange project, did study the north-south trail connections as part of their study. So most of this is intended to be either public right-of-way and or and some kind of a public easement in intent, and as you said, to connect up to that 80th and the bridge there. Does city staff want to comment on any discussions surrounding that?
I mean, clearly we're going to have that conversation. We haven't had it yet. Is that accurate, City Manager?
Not definitive, but we have been talking about options. And I know that the Google and Todd Johnson group is also having conversations with WashDOT about that. So it's very much a conversation, but not formalized yet.
Thank you.
I would just add, Madam Mayor, I think part of the community benefit study also is and I think where WashDOT left it is this trail in the freeway right-of-way, which maybe is not the best option. So through that discussion of public benefits associated with development, is there an opportunity to create a better trail inside a sound wall that ties into that north-south corridor? So I think the fallback to something kind of isolated out in the WashDOT right-of-way probably isn't great. So we'll keep exploring that.
Thanks, Jeremy. Katya, were you done? Or did you have more?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. Erin, can you go back to the park slide? Thank you. These are great. I mean, very creative, bold ideas, opening up Forbes Lake to access. Forbes Lake is like Totem Lake. Most people don't know it exists. So I'm strongly in support of all of these. I will be asking for more. I still think that we need to find some programmable recreation space. And you had referred earlier in the presentation on using that WashDOT space for canopy protection, but I also think that that is some possible open park space that we should continue to explore.
So Mary, you're muted.
Sorry. Commissioner Singhal, please.
Thank you. If we go back to the bicycle and walking transportation connections slide, one of the challenges in this area, and I do appreciate the concrete grounding around the proposals here. One of my concerns is that we not only have a north-south divider in this area, but we also effectively have an east-west divider with 85th Street. And as we're really thinking about creating an area that is truly active, that encourages mobility, I encourage you to really think about how can we ease, simplify, and speed up crossings across 85th. I'm worried that traffic lights and the volume of traffic may in fact actually motivate us to really think about access separated crossings, both for bike and ped, both on the west and east side of 405.
Thank you. Commissioner Rutherford.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, on this slide, I was I think one of the things that we need to remember is what the experience is as you're walking along this at all times of the day or the night. And I would really like to see the walking and biking improvements focused into areas where we'll be seeing a lot of investment. For one, we're expecting to see a lot of investment, and that will provide the most direct access to the amenities and the services that will be in this district. And that where we'll get eyes on the path. I'm really kind of concerned about the path going adjacent to the freeway, where I expect it will be more noisy and where you only have amenities that you go into on one side of it. I would be much more interested in seeing the connection going north-south in the vicinity of 120th and maybe even focusing the improvement on 120th rather than splitting the investment across both adjacent to 405 and 122nd. I anticipate there's not going to be much investment on 122nd south of 85th, and this also gets to a point on from Strong Towns about how do we reflect the private investment that we're expecting with public investment, and not spreading our public dollars in areas that will not be reflected by private investment. They use a general guideline of like a public to private ratio, investment ratio of 20 to 1 or 40 to 1, something in that vicinity. And I'd be curious if others might be interested in looking at what that expected proportion of investment is along some of these streets, to make sure that we reflect the focus that investment where we expect to see those private improvements.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, really well done on this. I really appreciate the vision that's presented tonight, both for active transportation and for parks, because I think it really nicely brings together what we talked about the last meeting around having active transportation not just be practical, but be enjoyable, and to really attract people to want to walk and bike, and to have that be an enjoyable experience for folks. So really well done. I think it's both bold and creative. So I like the way we're thinking, and I like the direction we're going. And similar to Chair Rosman's comments, I also really appreciate the visuals. I think that's really helpful for us here on the call, but also for the community to see and to get excited about that. This could be really amazing. There's could be some really amazing improvements here that we'd all get to enjoy. So thank you for that. I have a question related to transportation as well. Can you speak a little bit to how we can help buses along 85th? I know we're anticipating a lot of additional vehicular traffic and buses. There's been some conversation in the past about buses getting stuck on 85th, both for people going through and for folks connecting to want to get to the BRT. Can you speak a little bit to how we can design 85th to really help keep buses moving?
Thank you for that question. I am wondering if Joel might like to speak to that, perhaps.
Sure.
And then actually, Joel, apologies, but I also wanted to mention that I do have a quick question about our timing for this discussion, if we could, after you're done, Joel.
Sure. So we have looked at a number of different approaches for providing, giving transit a leg up in this corridor. So one thing we have included in the plan are queue jumps at the west end of the station area at 6th and where Central Way and 85th come together. And then also a big advantage of the design that has been finalized for the 85th interchange is that it provides a dedicated HOV transit lane from 114th Avenue, basically almost to 120th Avenue in between. And then also the new roundabout at 114th provides, it's a more efficient design there that provides better access for, vehicles and transit. Outside of that, because of the weaving that buses need to do, because the K line, of course, turns on and off of 124th Avenue, and some of the other operational challenges. Those are the places where we're really focusing the transit improvements at this point. And then looking at, in cooperation with King County Metro, which we work with a lot on, is ways that we can provide better transit and speed and reliability throughout the the whole line of the K line to the north, up to Totem Lake, and to the south along the whole line in the city.
Aaron, you want to go ahead?
Yes, and thank you for allowing me to do that. Mr. Triplett, I just wanted to check and see, we have about 20 slides left. There's a portion on the implementation framework, and I would love to at least give an overview of some of the regulating plan and heights, as well as next steps and highlighting next planning steps and processes. Yeah. Do you have a recommendation about how to proceed with the rest of the time, and if you'd like me to present any of those?
So, Kurt, why don't you go ahead with what? Yeah.
So my recommendation would be to complete this, given the obviously the scale and scope of the stationary plan, and then we could start the TBD presentation, then finish it later under business if we need to go longer, if that's okay with the Planning Commission and the Council.
And I can't see head nods. I still see Aaron's hand.
I see support, Madam Mayor, on your behalf.
Okay, good.
Okay. So I think just continue the presentation as is, Aaron.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And we can, of course, have additional discussion later as well. So the next section is regarding the future implementation framework. And this is the part that will really lay the foundation for zoning ultimately and the form-based code within the station area. We'll be sharing some updates on in-progress work regarding a future regulating plan, street types, and approach to transitions. Just to let folks know, there's a couple of different elements within the station area that will be included in this implementation framework. There's regulating districts map and street frontage map, and then there's form-based code elements. And you can see the list of the different elements of the form-based code here. On the right, I'll just direct your attention there. Either one of these diagrams is fine, but we just wanted to illustrate for you visually how those will work together. So the regulating table will describe allowed development heights, uses, and parking. That's in the pale pink at the top. The frontages table will describe requirements for first floor, entries, setbacks, public realm, and landscape. So from the back of the sidewalk and the first floor of buildings. And then the street types table refers to the public right-of-way and will also correspond with what frontage types will be allowed on different streets. So we just wanted to quickly give you a sense of how those pieces fit together. So this is a preview of the future regulating districts map for the station area. And it includes and describes allowed maximum heights, as well as uses. And this is different. It's not the final zoning height, but it's establishing a sense of what the maximum height or range of heights might be. So these are building on the character areas that we looked at earlier and those character districts. And there's several different types of regulating districts that we envision within the station area. Going from top on the list on the left here, the first is Urban Flex District, and that Norkirk area is where we envision that. Again, consistent with light industrial history and compatible with walkable urban neighborhood, allowing for upper story residential, light manufacturing, commercial, retail, and civic and institutional uses. So setting the maximum heights here at 45 feet. And I'll just quickly say all of these heights that you're seeing are consistent with the June Alternative B for the most part, and I'll describe a bit more, or happy to answer questions. The second regulating district type would be the commercial mixed use. That's the red, primarily on the east side of 405 here, with a little portion on the west. Encouraging uses consistent with larger scale commercial and office development that could allow for office, commercial retail, as well as civic and institutional uses. And maximum heights would range from 60 foot west of 405 to up to 250 feet east of 405. I do have a zoomed in map, so I will get to that next. The next use is district is neighborhood mixed use. So this is the orange, pale orange, south of 85th on the west side here, as well as along the 85th corridor on the east side, and a transition area between the high school and that commercial mixed use. So this is consistent with a sort of a mid-rise urban residential neighborhood, also allowing for a mix of ground floor uses, as well as could allow office or commercial retail, and even civic and institutional uses. The max heights range, so from on west of 405 from 40 to 60 feet, and actually down to 30 feet, as well as on the east of 405, they range between 65 feet and 150 feet. Sorry, yes. So the next one is residential neighborhood. These are areas, existing residential neighborhoods in yellow with a crosshatch. The idea is to encourage uses that are consistent with those existing neighborhoods and to help transition to lower density residential areas. So this would allow for smaller scale residential and retail, including some of the infill types that are already happening and sort of missing middle housing. And the maximum heights are between 30 and 45 feet as mapped. And then the final one is called civic mixed use. So this is responding to a desire to provide the school district with more capacity for future development and would encourage uses consistent with civic functions like education facilities, while also preserving flexibility for other uses in the future, say for teacher housing or something else like that. And maximum heights would range from 45 to 75 feet. So I'm going to zoom in into this map in just a moment here. I do want to make a quick note that the heights that we're discussing right now are the maximum allowed heights. And as by way of example, we just wanted to pull a recent example from Kirkland, showing on the top, this is what the maximum zoning envelope or height allowed was, up to 8 floors. So you can see that kind of sketched in with the black line or the glass box analysis. And the bottom image is what was actually built that resulted from, the development feasibility, transitions, setbacks, and other controls. So just wanted to illustrate that oftentimes what is built is not up to that maximum zoning height. So this is a zoom in of that map for folks to get a better look at. We wanted to make sure that everyone is aware that we are working on transitions. We're looking at addressing those in a couple of different ways. One is by even within these districts where you can see, for example, in this neighborhood mixed use district, we're stepping the heights. For example, right here, it's 85 feet for parcels fronting onto 85th, but steps down even within the max allowed heights to 65 feet as it transitions from that core. So that's the first thing we're doing. The second thing is a team we're working on understanding that topography and allowable heights based on grade planes. And the third thing is we're working on identifying a range of control strategies for transitions that might be required in specific locations. So we wanted to make sure people are aware of that. I'll just kind of quickly let you know, this is a slope analysis we've been working on within the station area. You can see that low point of the kettle of Forbes Lake and the moraine up in Rose Hill, and it's quite variable. We've been working on pulling together a 3D model of the station area, so starting to really understand how that topography plays out. And we've also added the interchange and BRT station project model within there, so we can begin to see how those heights are coming together. So this will be used as a base for us to better understand heights and transitions within the station area. And here's another view. This is looking towards downtown, looking southwest. So you can begin to get a sense for how those are playing out. These are the range of different control strategies for transitions that the team has developed so far, ranging from ground level setbacks to upper level step backs, to limits on floor plates, which can help reduce bulk and sort of visual impact, to landscape buffers between uses. And then finally, we're working on developing a set of street types that will describe the public rights of way, what kind of pedestrian and bike facilities are on them, and then the allowed frontage types that match up with those. So the frontages of the first floor and the sort of front of the buildings that will match up with them. Along the top are the typologies that we've been developing based on best practices here. And then along the bottom, you can see some examples of what these kinds of streets that exist in Kirkland today, just to give you a sense. So it ranges from major thoroughfares like 85th to main streets, neighborhood mixed use, down to a more residential street. And then green mid-block connections is something we've been looking at throughout the station area as well. So those are some of the pieces as they're evolving. Just as briefly on next steps, we wanted to highlight for December, again, this is the list of what the preferred plan direction will include that we'll be bringing to council for resolution. The final EIS, supplemental EIS, will also be in progress, aiming to have that completed by the end of this year, including responses from the comments in the draft, updating relevant sections of analysis and mitigation based on the June alternative B, and updating that alternative section as well with the preferred plan content. And then finally, we wanted to make sure everyone knows critical path items in order to issue that final EIS by the end of the year include direction from you all on this preferred direction tonight. And at the December 14th meeting, council would need to adopt a resolution to confirm the preferred plan direction so that we could include it in the EIS. Last piece, this is in your packets, but we just want to, if folks are interested, this is the timing of our steps going into 2022, aiming for the final plan to be completed in the second quarter of the year. And there were several elements recommended in the fiscal impact and community benefit study that are beyond existing scope that are listed below, from a nexus study to a TIF strategy. And we wanted to just begin to map out the timing of those, and happy to answer questions on that. This is the same information kind of mapped by key issue and describing some of the work and studies that would be needed to develop a response on the topics, when the next decisions for council would be, and then the timing of inclusion in a final plan or a decision. And I believe that is it. There is additional technical detail back here on some of the other regulating plan and street types if anyone is interested.
Okay, council commissioners, John, or Commissioner Tinsism.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have time to encapsulate the entire meeting and bore you all, but I really think it's worth it for those members of council that have not seen the August 12th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting where the superintendent of the Lake Washington School District came to talk to us. He came personally, he came with his assistant superintendent, and there's a lot of very dense, very solid information about what will happen to the area around the station area plan and how it'll affect our schools. August 12th, 2021 meeting, and that's my plug. And I hope you all have an opportunity to see it, because it's the number one concern that I have, at least, about the station area plan. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councilmember Pascal.
Well, I'll follow the other John here. I just had a few comments. One, we've been receiving a lot of comments or feedback from the community around height and why we're considering, for example, the 250 feet on the Lee Johnson site. And so what would be helpful for me is to have a sensitivity analysis of 250 feet versus 150 or some alternative, and how that might impact the outcomes we're trying to achieve. I know that we've done that holistically between the alternatives for the entire study area. I haven't seen something more specific for that location, because that is an area where, you know, it's a height that's much higher than other areas of the study area. So I'm just trying to understand the differences and what that means in terms of outcomes we're trying to achieve, goals that we're trying to achieve as a plan and community. So that's something that I would like. I'd like to see that information somehow and be able to share that with the community in a way that's understandable to them. So that's one item. I think Commissioner Tinchism brought up an excellent point about schools. I know there's more work that needs to be done. Councilmember Falcone and I met with the school district leadership. That was last week. And we had a conversation about 85th Street. And I was asking some questions about thresholds. Like at what point, you know, if you're building an apartment or affordable housing units, at what point does it just put us in a situation where we just don't have the capacity? And they actually kind of responded and said, you know, we're beyond that. All we're doing is portables now. We're beyond capacity. We don't know how we're going to handle additional students. And I was actually taken aback how what they said. I knew that we have serious issues, but they basically said, you know, any more students puts us in a real significant bind. So how do we address that? And I think that we're on the right path, but we need more details on how we actually do that. And then the third item that I'd ask for is we got considerable great input from that community Q&A on November 1st. I mean, I think folks really appreciated being able to talk to the consultants and staff and get answers back and have that two-way dialogue. I think it's really important that we have another opportunity for that, because I did hear from people that they didn't get the opportunity to ask their questions. So those are kind of three things that are on my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Allen.
Thank you. This is actually kind of plays off what Councilmember Pascal was saying, his first point, kind of looking at the heights around the area. I think there's a lot of kind of perceived ideas about what, how high a building will be and what that means shade-wise. We've heard a lot about blocking the sun from some concerned constituents. And so I thought that 3D model was really great. And so if there might be an opportunity to make something kind of, I don't know if it's interactive, but to look at the different heights and even just be able to look at, like, you know, this is what it looks like during the day and, you know, in summer, winter, fall, spring, because there's a lot of perceived and real expectations about what might happen. And it might be nice to have something kind of more readily visible and understandable for folks to take a look at.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Rooser?
I want to kind of add on to talking about the community, because a lot of the station area is surrounded by single family residential. And one of the big concerns is the noise from the height right up against 405. And so I would like to see what we are going to do, or what we can say to the community when we do 250-foot height. What is the noise going to happen down 85th and also into Rose Hill and the Highlands and the Everest neighborhoods, and what plans are made to mitigate this? So if we're going to affect the community that much, what do we have on the forefront to try and make it, you know, as livable as possible? And also, you know, we're telling the community we're going to do these open spaces and parks. It seems like we need a big sales feature, you know. Yes, when we talk about the covered area, or schools, an urban school in the area, or it just seems like we need a sales feature, a, you know, aquatic center incorporated into it, something that tells the community that you're getting something major out of this aside from just transportation. Because the residents surrounding this area are probably going to be saying, well, I'm being affected pretty greatly. And so I do encourage, as we progress, to think how we are going to mitigate some of what will affect our neighborhoods.
Thanks for that. Commissioner Rosman.
Yeah, I just want to add on to what Councilmember Pascal and Commissioner Allen commented on about the taller heights, specifically getting a better sense of what they look like. I think the idea of a sun study would be a really good idea to give a real sense. You know, you can do a SketchUp sun study without too much issue. I don't see why we wouldn't do that. But yeah, I think if we're going to talk those kind of heights, having a more specific look at it would be really helpful.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm glad to hear the comments that have already been made about schools. This is also something, as a mom to 3 young kids that are all in the school district, that is really top of mind for me as well. And I know that we've heard from so many residents that this is a really important issue, and we know that it is. And yes, following up on Councilmember Pascal's comments about our meeting with the school district last week and the conversations, I'm really pleased to hear the open-mindedness of the district and really wanting to explore as many options as possible to meet the needs of the community and the educational needs. Not only in some of the conversations that we've had, you know, around urbanizing schools within the station area and how we can use new developments such as base bonus programs, but also I raised the question with the district at our meeting last week about existing district property and how that can be better utilized in the future as part of their urban planning or their urbanization of schools framework. And they, you know, I was happy to hear that is on their minds and that is something that they're thinking of. Whether that be, you know, as Aaron, I was happy to hear you mention whether that be, you know, workforce housing for district staff or other things, really thinking outside the box and being creative. I think we're in alignment with the district on the direction that they're heading with that. I think an even bigger piece of this that's outside the scope of what we can do with the stationary, though, it really comes down to funding for a lot of this, whether it be, you know, new buildings on a new property or on existing property. A lot of it's just unfortunately a funding issue in the way that we fund schools in this state. I wanted to take a look at in the urban flex district. One of the things that's been on my mind a lot recently is the indoor recreation space that we're losing, not city owned, but privately owned indoor recreation space that we're just continuing to lose in recent years, and really how valuable that is, in particular in the climate in this area. That, you know, we need places for children and youth and families to be able to exercise and have fun indoors, and we're seeing less and less of that. We're losing more and more of that. And I really think that the urban flex district is a potential opportunity to encourage indoor recreation as well. So I'd really want to see that added and tools that we could use to help attract indoor recreation space development within that part of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron, you've got your hand up again. Are you responding or?
I was wondering if I could respond to a few comments, just very briefly with some information to let people know regarding the heights and the sort of shade analysis. That will be part of the final supplemental EIS updated analysis of June Alternative B. So I just wanted to note that is planned. And then regarding Councilmember Pascal's comment about the sensitivity analysis on the height, the 250 height, I wanted to just provide 2 pieces of information, which I know is not a full sensitivity analysis. But one thing is just as a reminder to everyone that because we had our sort of draft EIS alternative 2 that had more balanced heights on either side of 85th, because traffic impacts were so severe on the north side, we intentionally, as a group, decided to shift some of that additional height and development capacity south to alleviate some of those traffic concerns here. The second item is I wanted to remind everyone that the analysis, the residual land value analysis in the community benefits study found that there's a significant increase in potential for residual value and value capture above 10 stories of commercial development in particular. And so that is right around that sort of distinction between, you know, around that 150, and it's really above that height where there's additional potential for capture. So I just wanted to make those quick notes to everyone.
Thanks for that clarification, Aaron. Commissioner Tim Sisson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Real quick to Councilmember Pascal and Councilmember Falcone's point. On the school district issue, the language that's currently being used and I'm currently seeing in all the packets is continue coordination. I'd like to see a point where we get to some stronger language than continue coordination. And I'd like to know how staff and Mithun can get us there. Thank you.
Okay. With that, where are we?
I believe if there are no further comments, we'll just proceed with bringing back the items we laid out on for the December 14th council meeting.
Council, any further comments or commission members? I'd just like to wrap up by saying I am so impressed every time we come back to this. You guys have continued to bring clarifying points. I think that we've asked you to think big and you are thinking big. The school issues are very real, and we need to figure out an alternative. So I second Commissioner Tim Sisson's charge for us to make sure that the school district gets very real with us. And simply in terms of, you know, planning where students are going to end up is going to be just an incredibly important element. So with that, I think, is the commission going to stay for the second piece of the discussion, city manager? Or?
They're welcome to, but it's not necessary for the commissioners to stay for it.
Okay, commissioners, so it's your choice. You can go play with your kids, or you can stay here and listen to us as we get into safer routes to school phasing plan and the transportation benefit district funding. City manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to make sure there he is. Okay, so we have about 13 slides here, so I think we can get this done close to 7. If not, we can stop at 7 and finish it during the item that is the City Work Program amendment. But so we want to walk you through this. Our capital projects manager, Rod Steitzer, is here, and also Kevin Pelstring, our budget analyst, and both of them are the ones who worked on the project list and the TBD financing. So they're going to tag team this presentation, and we welcome council questions and comments, but we'll also be taking this up under business as a proposed amendment to the City Work Program later tonight. So
super, thanks. Welcome, Rod.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Also, who we have on the video conference today, George Dugdale, Financial Planning Manager, and Blair Daly, Transportation Programs Manager or Coordinator, to help us answer any questions. Just trying to kind of back up here and take just a real brief recap of the program itself, taking a look so that we can go forward. Great program. The original school walk list was completed in 2019, over 10 years to complete that project. There's 38 projects totaling $4.4 million. And then with the completion of that program, the recognition for additional projects to be added for consideration and completion for different school walk routes. September 2020, Council approved the Safer Routes to School Action Plan. A couple of really big key things here. Why are we doing this? Improve safety, better serve the students that are walking, biking, riding buses, all forms of that active transportation. And then also we added a lens of equity into this program. Because we did all that stuff, it supports a lot of the goals that we set out: community safety, inclusive and equitable communities, balanced transportation, even dependable infrastructure when we talk about the surface water elements and the transportation elements as well. And then of course, the activity, vibrant neighborhoods. Taking a look at the projects themselves and how they were kind of prioritized, the action plan actually identified 137 improvement projects. That's quite a bit. Again, when we did that, we were looking at safety, equity, engineering, evaluation, several of the items that you see on the screen here. And out of that, the top 40 projects from that list were selected. You know, looking at how close were they to school? How close were they to the bus stops? What are the crash histories along these routes? Vehicle speeds, traffic volumes. And putting that all together, those top 40 projects were selected. Once those were selected, taking a look at the estimated cost for those projects, all 40 projects together are right at $20 million in 2021 dollars. The good news is 3 of those projects are covered with other CIP projects. So 37 of those projects cost about $19 million. Altogether, this program is funded primarily through the Safer Routes to School Actions Plan Implementation Project, NM87. That project's funded. 2021 has almost $500,000. And then going forward from 2022, it's $550,000 annually. When you look at the 37 projects that need to be completed in that funding means, it would take about 40 years to complete those projects. Just want to kind of give a brief overview of how those projects broke down per the neighborhood. Right here, we see all of the 40 projects at roughly that $20 million cost. 2 general types of projects. There's sidewalk projects and crosswalk projects, and they're broken down by the neighborhoods here. One thing we should point out is that the Houghton neighborhood actually does not have any projects listed on this top 40 list. Currently, there are 5 projects listed for that neighborhood, but they were not in the higher or even the medium priority range. So that's why they're not currently reflected on this list. I'm going to take a pause there for the background of the program and the projects and turn it over to Kevin to talk about the transportation district. Kevin?
Thanks, Fred. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. I have 5 slides here going through some of the financial and administrative parts of the TBD. And we have a couple of policy questions that we'd like to pose to you, and we have those at the end as well. So you see one on this slide. So I'd suggest that we kind of wait until the end or wait until the business end to discuss those. For those of you who don't know, transportation benefit districts are special districts that are able to raise revenue for transportation improvements that are included in local and municipal transportation plans. So that's pretty wide ranging, could include roads, public transit, sidewalks, transportation demand management. In February of 2014, City Council adopted Ordinance 4435, which created a Kirkland Transportation Benefit District that was a distinct body separate from the city. And in July 2015, the legislature made it possible for municipalities that have transportation benefit districts that have the same boundaries as the cities themselves to actually assume the full rights, powers, functions, and obligations of those TBDs, with the result that the TBD is then dissolved as a separate entity. So the policy question we have for you tonight, or the first one, is does council want to move to initiate this process if it activates the TBD? We will have time to discuss that a little later. While this step is not legally required, it will greatly streamline the administration and governance of the TBD. Next slide. So with the Transportation Benefit District, there are a number of different available revenues that the legislature has given the authority to TBDs to actually adopt. The most common of which is the vehicle license fee, which we'll get to a little bit more in detail in the next slide. And with the vehicle license fee, the district or council can implement up to $50 per vehicle fee over a 4-year period, and then up to $100 per vehicle with voter approval. The second most common is the sales and use tax. So the district and or council can adopt up to a 0.2% tax with the approval of voters on a ballot measure. And those are limited to 10-year periods unless they're specifically repaying debt. There's a few other available revenue sources that have not been used by TBDs, including general obligation bonds, excess property tax, commercial impact fees, and vehicle tolls. And we'll get into a little bit more detail on the vehicle license fee in the next slide. Next slide. Sorry. So according to MRSC, the Municipal Research and Services Center, there are 110 established TBDs in Washington. You can see a map here of all the ones that are around Puget Sound. Of those, 82 have assumed the powers, or the municipality has assumed the powers of that TBD. 59 have established a vehicle license fee, and 50 of those 59 have set that fee at $20 per year. And then 49 have established sales and use tax. So TBDs are able to establish vehicle license fees at $20 per vehicle starting. So that's with council and district action and or district action. And then after 2 years, 2 more years, they're able to raise that to $40 per vehicle. And then after another 2 years, able to raise that to the maximum councilmanic fee at $50 per vehicle per year. They are able to go up to $100 per vehicle at any time with a simple majority of voters approving a ballot measure.
I see Councilmember Nixon has his hand raised. Madam Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Nixon?
Yeah, while we're on this slide, the presentation talks about the first $50 being able to be done by council action, but can it also be put to the voters for a vote? And if it's put to the voters for a vote, does the 20, then 20 more, then 10 more have to be followed? Or for example, if we put it to a vote, could we go straight to 40 or straight to 50?
I have to confirm that, but I believe that you can, with a majority vote or a ballot measure, could go directly to that number 40, 50, or even up to 100 immediately without waiting that 2 or 4 years. But we'd have to get back to you to confirm that.
Yeah, I'd like to get that information. And also, even if we just wanted to go to 20, I'd like to understand the process to put that on the ballot and how much it would cost to run the ballot measure. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. We can get back to you on that. All right. So with, we ran the numbers on a vehicle license fee from given data from the Department of Licensing about the number of registered vehicles in Kirkland. So for the first 2 years, if we set the fee at 1.3 million, sorry, if we set it at $20, it would bring in 1.3 million in revenue per year. And then after 2 years, if we raised it to $40, it would bring in 2.6 million per year. And then after another 2 years, if we raised it to $50, the max councilmanic fee max, it would bring in about 3.3 million per year. So you can see here the timeline too. So the timeline between when council can actually adopt the ordinance to when the state treasurer's office actually starts distributing that revenue to Kirkland is about 8 months. And there's just a short 2-week period by which the council or the district has to schedule a hearing to assume the powers of the TBD before actually adopting that ordinance. So the total process is about 9 months from when council first takes action. Next slide. So here we've kind of laid out some potential opportunities for using the Transportation Benefit District and specifically the vehicle license fee to fund some of the Safer Routes to School action plan projects. So there's a few different strategies. The first is that using a pay-as-you-go implementation of the top 40 projects, that would take about 15 years with a $20 vehicle license fee, which is down from 40 as Rod mentioned before, with current funding. Number two is that the city could dedicate the vehicle license fee revenue to new general obligation bonds to fund the Safer Routes to School action plan projects in a shorter time period. So that would also include additional CIP staff capacity to actually implement those projects in such a short period of time. And our financial advisors estimate that on a 20-year tax-exempt bond with the revenue from the $20 vehicle license fee, it would bring in about $21 million in bond proceeds, and a 30-year tax-exempt bond would bring in about $26 million. So again, that's just with the $20 vehicle license fee, the first one. And then we did you'll see in the next slide, we've laid out kind of a rough phasing plan for what it would take to implement the top 37 projects over a period of 4 years. And with inflation, that would be about 21 million, and we can come back to you with kind of more specifics on that in further meetings. But federal limitations do require that if we are to go forward with a tax-exempt bond, that it's planned to be spent within 3 years of issuance. So there are things we can do, like an interfund loan, or using local funding for that first year, so that we can actually use the bond proceeds over the 4 years. So there's a little bit of flexibility there. And the third strategy would be dedicating some portion of the $20 fee revenue towards active transportation projects, in addition to the Safer Routes to School action plan. I know there's been some interest in that. And number four is considering, raising the vehicle license fee to $40 after 2 years, $50 after another 2 years, or bonding additional revenue for both active transportation projects and Safer Routes to School action plan. So taking advantage of the higher tiers of what council of the district could adopt, and bonding that as well. And then finally is considering a voter approved vehicle license fee higher than that $50 amount, or a voter approved sales tax option for both active transportation projects and the Safer Routes to School action plan. So the policy question here, which again we'll repeat in a couple slides, is does council want to further explore vehicle license fee or other TBD revenue sources? And if so, consider the amendment to the 21-22 city work program that's in the business item later in the council meeting. And back to you, Rod.
Thanks, Kevin. As Kevin mentioned earlier, when we take a look at a concept of how this could be implemented in terms of projects, we looked at a 4-year span, and the grand total with the inflated costs are right at $21 million. Couple of notes here. The first year, we could use either local funding or an interfund loan or some other kind of mechanism to fund the projects to get them off the ground, so that the 3-year bond requirement would be implementing the projects in years 2, 3, and 4. One of the strategies we used here was to put the more complicated projects later in the process, allowing time for designs to mature and to get the permitting all in order. This plan here, what it does is it inflates the expenditures by the years. And then it also helped us generate our estimates for additional resource needs. So when we look at the bottom line on each of the years, ranging from 4.2 million up to 5.7 million, we also layered in the additional resource needs. This is actually the last slide that we have, so it's good on timing here. And we have a couple of questions here for direction moving forward. One of the questions is, does council want to move to initiate this process? And if it activates the TBD, and I think Kevin mentioned the second one here, just a slide before, does council want to further explore the vehicle license fee or TBD or other TBD revenue sources? Again, covered later in the business item of the council meeting. And then if we do move forward the concept plan could be further developed with different funding options and bring those back to council. So that's it. And Kevin and I and George and Blair are available for questions.
So council, do we want to come back to this slide and start the business agenda with this particular slide? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes, but I have one question before we go to this. One thing that would be helpful is if we had some information on the funding climate. When we issued a bond last year, it was favorable to cities given interest rates and such. And I'm wondering if we yet have seen any impact on interest rates given some of the inflation that's happened currently, where it is now a good time to borrow. If you've got that information now, or perhaps we could talk about it in the business section of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are at 7, just after 7. So we will adjourn and be back here at 7:30. Thank you all.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we are back in session following a special, am I on? It's following a special joint meeting with the Planning Commission regarding an update on the Northeast 85th Street Station Area Plan and an update on the Safer Routes to School Phasing Plan and Transportation Benefit District funding. This takes us to honors and proclamations. Our first proclamation this evening is Transgender Day of Remembrance Proclamation. Councilmember Black will help me with this. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we'll be proclaiming November 20th, 2021 as Transgender Day of Remembrance in Kirkland. And the proclamation actually has pretty thoughtful coverage of the background and the purpose of the proclamation. So I'll just go ahead and let it speak for itself.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll be reading a proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming November 20th, 2021 as Transgender Day of Remembrance in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas in 1999, Gwendolyn Ann Smith, a transgender activist, founded Transgender Day of Remembrance to honor Rita Hester, a transgender African-American woman who was murdered in 1998. And whereas designated on November 20th of each year, Transgender Day of Remembrance honors the memory of the transgender people whose lives were lost to senseless violence, transphobia, self-harm, and structural inequities. And whereas LGBTQIA+ organizations, community members, and allies help raise awareness on the importance of inclusion, protections, and respect for those who are transgender. And whereas it is critical that an intersectional perspective and acknowledgement of systemic racism, classism, sexism, and homophobia is needed to effectively address the needs and concerns of transgender individuals and other gender nonconforming people. And whereas African American and Latina, Latinx, transgender women, as well as other transgender people of color, disproportionately make up the majority of those murdered, attacked, and denied equal treatment through our country. And whereas those lost this year and in years prior deserve to be honored and remembered, their lives mattered, and they will forever be missed by their friends, family, partners, and community. And whereas individuals who identify as transgender should be acknowledged, accepted, and validated. And whereas our city is proud of and strengthened by the rich diversity of Kirkland community members of all identities, and will continue to advocate for and promote inclusion. Now, therefore, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim November 20th, 2021 as Transgender Day of Remembrance in Kirkland, Washington, and invites our community to help raise awareness of the lived experiences of transgender people everywhere to help foster a more equitable and inclusive community.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Black. Our second proclamation is the Native American Heritage Day proclamation. I have asked Councilmember Curtis, because of her leadership in this area, to do this proclamation with me. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we'll be proclaiming November 26th as Native American Heritage Day in Kirkland. President George Bush signed into law legislation that designates the Friday after Thanksgiving as Native American Heritage Day, and this was supported by 184 federally recognized tribes. It makes the day after Thanksgiving a civil holiday as a way to pay tribute to Native Americans for their many contributions to the United States.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for your support on these issues. Proclaiming November 26, 2021 is Native American Heritage Day in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas the city recognizes that Kirkland and other communities in East King County are built upon the ancestral land of the Coast Salish, the Duwamish, Muckleshoot, Puyallup, Skykomish, Snoqualmie, Snohomish, Suquamish, the Tulalip people, and the other tribes of the Puget Sound Salish. And whereas we honor with gratitude the land itself, the first people who have reserved treaty rights and continue to live here since time immemorial, and their ancestral heritage. And whereas the city values the many contributions made to our community through the knowledge, labor, technology, science, philosophy, arts, and the deep cultural contribution from the first people of this region, that have all substantially shaped the character of Kirkland. And whereas the city has developed a hyper-local Kirkland Native History document and formal local land acknowledgement in collaboration with the Duwamish, Muckleshoot, Snoqualmie, and Suquamish tribes for review by the Kirkland community and approval by the City Council. And whereas the state of Washington has designated the Friday immediately following the fourth Thursday in November as Native American Heritage Day. And whereas Kirkland joins other cities and governments across the nation in celebrating Native American Heritage Day, honoring the unique heritage of our region's first people, and reaffirming a commitment to respect each tribe's sovereignty and cultural identity. Now, therefore, I, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim November 26, 2021 as Native American Heritage Day in Kirkland, Washington, and encourage all community members to observe this day to honor and celebrate the thriving cultures and unique heritage of the first people of our region.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Our final proclamation today is Small Business Saturday proclamation, and I've asked Councilmember Nixon to help me with this one as the chair of our tourism committee. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we'll be proclaiming Saturday, November 27th, 2021 as Small Business Saturday in the city of Kirkland. Small Business Saturday was created by the American Express Company during the recession of 2010 to encourage everyone to do more to support small businesses, especially in the winter holiday season, as small businesses are the backbone of the U.S. economy, contributing about 50% of the gross domestic product.
That's my cue, I guess.
That's your cue. I'm sorry.
A proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming November 27th, 2021 as Small Business Saturday in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas, according to the U.S. Small Business Administration, there are currently 30.7 million small businesses in the United States, and small businesses have created 64.9% of net new jobs over the past 2 decades. And whereas the onset of COVID-19 in March 2020 and resulting restrictions imposed by local, state, and federal governments have presented severe economic hardship. Pardon me. Something just popped up on my screen right in front of my script. Let's see. I'm going to start that paragraph over again. And whereas the onset of COVID-19 in March 2020 and resulting restrictions imposed by local, state, and federal governments have presented severe economic hardship for many small businesses. And whereas the City of Kirkland is dedicated to assisting small businesses recover in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, supporting digital no-contact commerce with the Shop Local Kirkland initiative and web platform shoplocalkirkland.com. And whereas the City of Kirkland strives to be a community with a diverse economic base of large and small businesses that provide needed goods and services and jobs for its residents. And whereas the majority of businesses located in Kirkland are small businesses with between 1 and 10 employees, and the City of Kirkland believes that small businesses are the cornerstone of our local economy. And whereas Kirkland is comprised of a wealth of unique small businesses, including boutique shops, restaurants, and galleries, attracting visitors and tourism revenues from around the region, nation, and world, while catering to the needs of residents. And whereas, to support small businesses by ensuring that people working in retail, restaurant, health, and other sectors have places to live in our city, the City of Kirkland has implemented numerous affordable housing initiatives, including policies that require that 10% of new multifamily residential units meet government affordability standards. And whereas Kirkland provides free parking to downtown employees to assist them and help downtown small businesses attract and keep employees. And whereas Kirkland's residents support shopping locally, patronizing Kirkland small businesses and thereby helping to build a stronger, more sustainable community. Now, therefore, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, on behalf of the City Council, hereby proclaims November 27th, 2021 as Small Business Saturday in Kirkland, Washington, and encourages residents to shop small for big returns by patronizing small businesses in the community on one of the busiest shopping days of the season.
Thank you, Councilmember Nixon. And just for your information, Congresswoman Susan Dilbeny will be with us on Small Business Saturday this year. I haven't seen the whole itinerary, but we're going to be visiting a number of shops downtown. I will get more information to you as it starts. I think we're going to gather at my store and then go forth to downtown, so you might have an opportunity to say hello. Okay, that takes us to item number 5, communications. And 2 items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing. We do have a public hearing this evening. It is item 6A, the 2022 property tax levy. Because of the current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19 that are still in effect at the City of Kirkland, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or by telephone. For those members of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of any issue. If you're participating by Zoom, please click in the participants box to raise your hand to be recognized. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you're encouraged to watch this council meeting by live stream through the city's website. Thank you. And I see we have quite a list of folks. And the first one is a telephone number. So as we bring the first individual on, we will need you to announce your name. So do we want to bring up the telephone number?
Oh. So we cannot seem to bring up the telephone number. Oh, but
Okay.
we can allow them to speak, but they're.
Hello.
Okay, there we go.
Hello.
Thank you.
Your name, please.
You're it.
Okay. My name is Jeff Stevenson. I moved to the east side in the 1970s and have lived in Kirkland for over 33 years. I support continuation of the Houghton Community Council, or the HCC. I do not agree with elevating the HCC issue to the state level, bypassing local involvement. At the recent election, more than 3/4 of Houghton voters saw no evidence that getting rid of the HCC would be beneficial to them, nor to the rest of Kirkland. In spite of that vote, we appear to have a group wanting to do an end run with the state legislature in order to overturn the wishes of local voters. That is a trendy tactic these days, but it's not how we should deal with local issues. We ought to be able to deal with local issues locally. And there's a parallel issue here, which is that a number of voters feel that our city and our city council do not listen to nor respond to issues that concern them. While I have participated in some interactive forums in Kirkland, I've also spoken at items from the audience at council meetings like this one, and I have written to council members on occasion with no response. I've spoken with city officials and council members at community open houses, often encountering attitudes that were dismissive. The city council seems to feel that they know best and will move ahead regardless. In light of that sentiment, continuation of the HCC provides a voice that will be heard on land use issues that affect Houghton. It's therefore reasonable for us to continue the HCC to be sure that we continue to have checks and balances. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Karen Levinson. Welcome, Ms. Levinson. Karen, we are not hearing you.
Can you see me now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Sweet, Vice Mayor Arnold, and council members. I'm Karen Levinson, 6620 Lake Washington Boulevard Northeast. Tonight, I want to address three things. I want to address disappointment in how the continuation of HCC has been handled. Then I want to put real data about inclusionary housing into this conversation. And finally, I want to encourage you to make time to listen to the citizens who voted for the continuation of HCC. I am disappointed in the disregard I've seen for the promises made between the voters in 1968. Those voters were voters in Kirkland who voted separately from the voters in Houghton and all agreed in the terms that were documented in three ordinances, O2001, 2003, and 2007. And there were three ways to sunset HCC. I'm disappointed that one of our current city council members wrote publicly in 2012 that this was a promise and it shouldn't be broken, and now states that HCC should be sunsetted. I'm disappointed to hear from Kathy Anderson that the meeting to discuss HCC will not provide the citizens who voted for continuation an opportunity to speak on the subject. I'm very, very disappointed that the good work of HCC has been tragically mischaracterized as providing inequity. They instead provide great value. What I didn't see from the consultant was data. Census data, publicly available, shows that 22% more residents in HCC are in multifamily housing than in the rest of Kirkland. There are 14% less HCC residents in single family homes. There is much more housing diversity in the HCC zone than in the rest of Kirkland. Also, census data shows that 92% more HCC residents are within 5 minutes of work. This is an important housing goal. Washington State also assigned the UW to provide data for the cities. The most recent report shows subsidized housing in the TOD and in one other neighborhood in the HCC. There are only a couple of other areas providing subsidized housing: Kingsgate, Totem Lake, and Juanita. There are others of the city where we could use more housing diversity and participation in subsidized housing. I leave you with a final comment. The Houghton area participates in diverse and equitable housing and helps Kirkland accomplish our GMA goals. The HCC is an asset to our entire city.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. This brings up Louise Pat. Welcome, Ms. Patrick.
Thank you. Excuse me. Yeah, my name is Louise Pathay, and I've lived in Kirkland for 30 years. I'm speaking today in support of sunsetting the Houghton Community Council. Although I'd heard of the HCC, I'd mistakenly thought it was a neighborhood association. It wasn't until recently that I learned that the HCC has veto power that gives a tremendous and disproportionate influence in city government. Power that my family and I have no access to, yet our tax dollars contribute to its functioning. The HCC represents 10% of Kirklanders, but my family is among the 90% of Kirklanders whose votes and voices count substantially less. I learned that the HCC refused to let Lake Washington School District build a second floor on their administrative building to accommodate the needs of our rapidly growing district, forcing the district to move its headquarters out of Kirkland. Later, the HCC's requirements limited the scope of renovations to the International Community School that both my daughters attended. It bothers me that an organization that hardly anyone in Kirkland knows about has the power to interfere with Lake Washington School District. The HCC also interferes with Northwest University's facility planning, which also affects people from throughout the region. Although we have no say in the HCC, I help pay for the HCC. The cost of city staff time alone is $88,000 to $150,000 per year. I'd really like to know what the cost of the HCC is once facilities and other costs are added in. What bothers me most about the HCC is that it has no purpose except for to obstruct. It only serves to block unwanted changes in one neighborhood, no matter the need and no matter the cost to the rest of us. I ask that you include sunsetting of the HCC in this year's legislative agenda. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pathe. And that would bring up Luis Navarro. Welcome, Mr. Navarro.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet and members of the council. First, I want to congratulate you on your reelection. My name is Luis Navarro, a 21-year resident of Kirkland. Tonight, I want to express my thanks to the council members and the city manager, Triplett, and Deputy City Manager Lopez for following through on the equity commitments made by adopting resolutions and by actions. On September 21st, you adopted the Equity in Contracting Resolution R5491, which provides a roadmap for increased participation of small, and in particular women and minority business enterprises owned firms in contracts with the city. Supporting WIMBY firms is a great way to support wealth creation in local communities, and some studies show that 70% of business income remains in the local communities as wages, purchases, and investment. It was also an honor to support this work because of my day job. And today, you issued 3 proclamations recognizing and honoring transgender and Native American people, and a 3rd proclamation in support of Small Business Saturday. Kirkland is my city, and I am really proud and honored to be an ambassador of Kirkland and its journey to becoming a community that is more inclusive and that celebrates its diversity. There is more work to do, no doubt about it. For example, hiring more women and people of color in City Hall. But you have built already a strong foundation, and on behalf of the minority community of Kirkland, and in particular, the Latino community, gracias for your work and support. Thank you, and please keep on doing what you're doing. This is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Navarro. Okay, that brings up what it reads as PFLAG host from Bellevue East Side. We will need you to introduce yourself. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ginger Chen. I represent PFLAG Bellevue East Side. I also represent East Side Pride. And both of these organizations are dedicated to the strengthening of communities and family. In particular, PFLAG has been dedicated for decades to creating strong, loving families, especially for LGBTQ kids. And Eastside Pride seeks to bring together all of the Eastside communities, businesses, government, residents, to create an Eastside LGBTQ identity as a complement to that of Seattle's. What I really want to talk about today is very simple, and it is a message that symbols matter. And I want to commend you for your Transgender Day of Remembrance proclamation. We all recognize that it can be a very dark and frightening place for trans children and LGBTQ children in general, and equally so for their parents, for the children who don't see any hope and see only erasure and bullying or violence or worse, and for parents who wonder what the future holds for their children. One of the things we've learned at PFLAG is that we aren't out to change people. We want to create an environment in which people can learn from each other, where parents who don't know what to do learn from parents who have succeeded in finding ways to understand and love their children. And by extension, I see cities doing something very similar. Through your proclamations, you seek to create symbols, you seek to create safe space and recognition and respect for people who otherwise would only see invisibility or exclusion. And much like how we give our families a place to grow, I think Kirkland as well is giving its citizens and families a place to grow as well. I want to end with a very simple idea about what it means to be seen. And like I said earlier, symbols do matter. For the child who imagines only a life of being bullied unless they become recluses and hide their true identities, for parents who don't even know how to approach their friends and neighbors and find support, for the families that they're trying to raise. The symbols that you create through proclamations, through events, through simple acts of flying a pride flag, turn your streets into a genuinely safe and welcoming place. I encourage you to nurture these seeds. There will be storms, but I look forward to seeing what grows in the years to come in the city of Kirkland and through the children and the families that have a chance to live and grow and raise their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that will bring up Austin Pasinich. Welcome, Austin.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet and City Council. I'm Austin Pasinich. I'm a junior at Juanita High School. I'm an avid artist and painter, and I actually had a booth in Kirkland Summerfest this summer. But I just wanted to share with you guys a little bit about a super exciting public art project that I'll be working on in Kirkland. I'm actually going to be painting a 62-foot mural on the side of Spud Fish and Chips across from Juanita Beach Park with the goal to raise awareness for salmon in Juanita Creek. So for the mural, we'll be partnering with the University of Washington's North Lake Washington Salmon Watchers, which is a program working to research, revive, and restore salmon in Juanita Creek. And our goal is to incorporate salmon education in the mural and just teach people how to be good stewards to local salmon spawning streams. And then I'll also be partnering with the local nonprofit Urban Artworks, which has experience with over 50 murals in the Seattle area. And their mission is to involve communities and youth in the creation of public art. And so with Urban Artworks, we're going to be hosting a community paint day for the mural in spring of 2022. And our goal is to get over 60 plus community members involved to help bring my design to life on the wall. So I'm just super excited for this project. I'm really excited just for how many people in the community is getting involved in it. And we're still currently in the fundraising and planning and design development stage. And we won't start painting till March or April. But I just wanted to let you guys know and share this really exciting art project that's going on. If you have any questions, there's a lot more info on my website, austinsart.net. But I wanted to let you guys know about the project, let you know what's going on, and just kind of what our goals are with it. And I'm super excited to bring it to life.
Austin, we are so pleased that you came and presented this tonight. I'm going to ask somebody from staff to follow up with you so we can make the connection to make sure people know about it and you get your 60, maybe 120 people to help you with your project. So well done. I'm sure your dad is so proud. I can't even imagine. So thank you for joining us tonight, and we will see you through this project.
Thank you so much, Mayor Sweet. I'm super excited for it.
Great. Okay, that brings up, oops, I think I missed a name. Is Sarah R. coming up next, or did I miss a name before that, City Manager?
Oh, Sarah R. is the next person.
Okay, great. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi, thanks. I'm Sarah Richards, and a member of PCA Kirkland, and I'm commenting tonight about the inclusion of climate impacts in the stationary plan project. I thought the projects team would still be here, but I've decided to go ahead and just make my comments so the council can hear them too. So action ES 1.1 of the Sustainability Master Plan calls for factoring emissions reduction into all budget processes and decision making. And to that end, the draft SEIS included a section on greenhouse gas emissions. Mitigations are to be handled in the community benefits study. And I'm pleased to see that in the November 12th memo to Kurt Triplett, the decision process roadmap, which is attachment 1, includes sustainability, climate action, and resiliency as a key issue. However, I feel that what's missing is the analysis that leads to the recommended mitigations for the climate effects. While there's an extensive evaluation of the effects of development on traffic in the area, what's missing is the evaluation of the effect of development on climate by way of greenhouse gas emission estimates. The community benefits study should include a calculation of the estimated greenhouse gas emissions from buildings, from both electricity and pipeline gas for the bookend scenarios A and B, reported as total annual emissions. And the study report should then present potential mitigations for the emissions and discuss when each is recommended to be used. And I'm saying this because it's critical to establish the linkage between the effects of the development without mitigations on greenhouse gases and the actions that can be taken to mitigate those effects. That way, if there are questions from the community or stakeholders as to why certain mitigating actions are being taken, there's justification in the study that shows here's what the effects would be without mitigations and then with them. And I think that's an important aspect. I realize that this is a new paradigm for project evaluation, but in light of yesterday's storms, mudslides, flooding, last summer's heat dome, and wildfire smoke, I feel it's a critical one. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sarah. This brings up John Herman. Welcome, Mr. Herman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm John Herman. I'm a Houghton resident, and I'm speaking in support of putting sunsetting and dissolution of the Houghton Community Council back on the City Council's agenda. I was disappointed this year when I learned about the Houghton Community Council's power and its effect on Kirkland politics. And I was very disappointed when the Houghton Community Council was upheld in the recent election. Then I was happy when I heard that the City Council was going to pursue alternative ways to get rid of the Houghton Council, and then disappointed again when I heard that it was removed from the agenda. I wasn't even born when Houghton joined Kirkland, and so I don't think the agreement between the two cities has any moral weight in comparison to the fact that it's just a really weird and anti-democratic institution in Kirkland politics. I don't think the recent vote is any sort of Kirkland referendum on the validity of the Houghton Community Council, given that it's just Houghton people that were voting on it. You're very rarely going to find somebody who, when asked if they want to give up political power, to do it. I think it's up to the rest of Kirkland and the City Council to push for the Houghton Community Council sunsetting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Okay, that brings up to David Dowling. Welcome, Mr. Dowling.
Hey, good evening, Mayor Sweet. Good evening, Council. So I'm Dave Dowling. I am speaking here today on behalf of Salt House Church as a member that sits out on our church council. First, I want to start off with just a huge thank you. We are grateful that our church number one is in Kirkland, and we're grateful for our partnership with you all. That partnership led to the building of Kirkland Place shelter for women and families and has resulted in a number of lives being changed. So first and foremost, thank you. So where does Salt House fit in? Salt House is essentially one of multiple churches who are part of the New Bethlehem project team, which supports Catholic community services in delivering services to our neighbors experiencing homelessness on the east side. This includes the New Bethlehem Day Center and then the Kirkland Place building where New Bethlehem Place for families, as well as Helen's Place for women is located. I'm here today because we sent a letter into the city of Kirkland back in May to make our interest known in the station area plan. We are currently in the beginning stages of reimagining the use of another piece of property we own. The property is located adjacent to Salt House Church off of 80th Street, and it's currently used as a single family rental unit. As we re-envision this parcel and the possibilities, we're thinking of everything from low-income housing to office space for caseworkers to delivery of mental health, dental, or medical services, space for delivery of veterinary services for families with pets, or other services that we haven't yet envisioned. Ideally, we would have the flexibility to either remodel or build a new building on the parsonage, on the parcel in order to meet those needs. This would likely require increased density, increased building height, and possible non-residential use on the parcel, not all supported by the current zoning. So I want to thank you all for listening and thank you for consideration of Salt House with the station area plan. We have the opportunity to expand our commitment to prioritizing low-income residents in Kirkland and seek well-being for all in the service of the common good. So thank you.
Thank you. And that will bring up Angela Rosman. Welcome back, Angela.
Hello. So just for clarity's sake, I am chair of the Planning Commission, but I am here just as a resident of Kirkland. I just want to say also that I was born and raised in Kirkland. I was born at Evergreen Hospital, and so was my son, and spent my years in the Lake Washington School District. And no one in my graduating class lives in Kirkland now. Even with people with good jobs, they've moved away either further out in this area or even further from Washington State. And a big part of that is the affordable housing piece. And I specifically want to talk about Houghton Community Council tonight. And I think it's been an important part of Kirkland's history, but it is time to sunset it. We need to be an inclusive Kirkland, and that means an inclusive Kirkland throughout the community. And I was personally disappointed at some of the veto power that was used in opposition of missing middle and ADU housing, which is sorely needed in our city, as well as a rejection of upzoning, where other communities who do not have the opportunity to have veto power are having to, work and talk about how density looks in our city and how we are inclusive and affordable and welcoming to all. And it's only Houghton that has the place to veto, and it's extremely unfair for the rest of our citizens and for those who can't live in Kirkland because there simply isn't enough affordable housing. So, we really need to be one city moving forward, and that means one city throughout our neighborhoods. So I would say that we've had a wonderful 50 years of Houghton integrating into Kirkland, but it is time for us to be one city altogether now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. Okay, that is 3 comments in support of sunsetting the Houghton Community Council. So we will not take any more comments in support of that. And we have one more speaker, and that is Kevin. Kevin, will you share your last name with us, please? I don't see Kevin coming across.
Should be coming soon. There we go.
Welcome, Kevin. Please introduce yourself. And you are on mute.
There we go. How's that? Is that working better?
Yep.
All right, perfect. All right, let me introduce myself. My name is Kevin Beto. I'm speaking in support of the HTC today. I've been a resident in Kirkland, specifically Houghton, for going on 20 years now. Fun fact, 4 generations of Betos are living here at the moment. All 3 of my boys have gone to Lakeview Elementary. My oldest is a sophomore in LW, and my youngest is in Miss Phipps' 4th grade class. I've been involved in the PTSA there in various roles for most of that time. So my main message today is that HTC has been really a great partner for the school. The city's proposed 5-story zoning for Hank. If that happened, the school would have had trouble adequately providing space and resources for teaching the added student population, not to mention the increase in motorized and pedestrian traffic. So Lakeview is at about 550 students right now. I've read that the ideal school size is in the 300 to 400 range. We have 6 portable classrooms that have been brought in on site, which is a major, which is probably the maximum we could fit on premises without incurring some major safety challenges. We've had 2 a few years ago. We actually had to fight the school district to land 4 more to support the growth. The alternative at the time was having rotating classrooms, more like otherwise they're all carrying their own school supplies with them in a backpack all day. So the lack of space is directly impacting students there. All the rooms in the school have been repurposed as classrooms. We don't have a resource room for kids with special needs, for instance. So those one-on-one interventions, they often happen in shared hallway spaces, which is not great given the sensitive nature of them. The PTSA as well has had to cancel a lot of enrichment opportunities for students due to lack of space. We can't bring in art or STEM or PE instructors like we used to. On top of all this,
Kevin, you have frozen and we're not getting any audio from you.
my understanding is Kirkland.
Kevin, can you hear me? Okay, Kevin, if you are back there anywhere, I encourage you to send your public comment and we will certainly review it. That is the last person I see waiting for public comment. Is there anyone else wishing to address the council at this time? In which case I will declare this public comment period ended. This takes us to item number 6, public hearings. This is a public hearing to receive comment regarding the 2021-2022 mid-biennial budget. I will now open the public hearing. I think I have to hammer something. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. As you said, this is a public hearing on the property tax levy. We have a presentation from Michael Olson, our Director of Finance and Administration. And following the presentation and the public comment period, we are looking for council action. So, Mr. Olson.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I have a brief presentation on the 2022 preliminary property tax levy, about 13 slides. Can you see the first slide?
Yes.
Great. Tonight, I'm just going to take a quick look at the 2021 property tax distribution, a little bit of background on the levy, discuss how the amounts are derived at and the components of the 2022 property tax levy, what the estimated 22 levy rate will be, and then the next steps. This is a look at the 2021 property tax distribution. As you can see, there are 11 different agencies which are funded through the property tax. City of Kirkland's portion is just over 13%. And it is important to note that our property tax, with the passage of Fire Prop number 1, is our largest source of governmental revenue and largest revenue in the general fund. The property tax levy is established annually, even though we have a biennial budget. This year, we just have one ordinance, which is due to King County by December 6th. So that's why this is discussed tonight. The fire district debt is retired, is paid off next month. And so in the past 10 years, we've had another ordinance for that portion of the city, but that is finished. The preliminary levy is based on the preliminary worksheets from the county assessor. And we do call it preliminary as we don't have the final worksheets. We will walk through the new construction, the prior year levy corrections, but what we don't have from the county is the final estimate of new construction. Utility assessments are not included. So what we do is include an additional amount for new construction. If we ask for too much from the county, they will limit us to the statutory limit. But if we don't ask for enough, they will not give it to us. So that's why we bump it up artificially high. The final levy ordinance will go to council after the final levy worksheets are from the county. We hope to get them by the beginning of December so we could bring it to December 14th, but we will bring it to council as soon as we receive them from King County. The property tax is composed of the regular levy, which funds operating costs, and the excess levy, which is for debt service on voter-approved bonds. For Kirkland, this only applies to the areas of pre-annexation boundaries. That was the only voted debt we had. So how is it calculated? We take the current year's levied dollars multiplied by the limit factor, which is the lower of 101% for inflation. And as you see at the bottom, the inflation is measured by the implicit price deflator, which is 3.86 for the next year. So the levy limit that we can go up is 1%. Adding new construction, and then adding any prior year corrections to next year's levy. There are corrections which are appeals to property tax or reductions or errors, and then when it reduces our property tax this year, it's added back to the property tax next year. And this gets us our maximum allowable amount. The components, this is a look at what the 1% increase. Included in our regular property tax levy is the amount for the general fund and street fund, the 2002 Parks Maintenance Levy, the 2012 Street Levy, the 2012 Parks Levy, and the 2020 Fire and EMS Levy. So the 1% increase for 2022, which has been assumed in the budget for the 21-22 budget, amounts to just under $395,000. The new construction is over $700 million. It's multiplied by the property tax rate for 2021. This gives us a number, that gives us our new construction amount. Again, as I stated, we multiply that to get a larger number, and then King County adjusts us down to our statutory maximum. The new construction for each of the elements of our regular levy is listed here. A total of $887,000. We add double that amount just to increase of the amount we're asking for from the county. So a total of $42.5 million. This includes the $37,000 in the prior year levy corrections. We have $37,000 for corrections in 2022. The excess levy, as I stated, applies only to the pre-annexation area. It relates to the 2013 UTGO, the voted bonds from the 2002 Parks levy, and these are paid off next year. And so the excess levy is requiring $267,000. It's much lower this year because we have some fund balance in the voted debt service fund that we need to use up, as this is the final year of making those payments. So the recap, here's the pieces: the regular levy, adding in the optional 1% increase, adding in the artificially high new construction amount and the other adjustments, and then the excess levy of just under $270,000 for a total of nearly $42.8 million in property tax requests from the county. Important to note that Kirkland's assessed evaluation went up by over 15% in 2021. Our new construction added over 2% to our property tax value, And as a result, the levy rate is decreasing by over 6%, because when assessed valuation goes up, our levy rate goes down. Here's a picture of our 2021 final levy rates. Again, we had 3 different areas in 21. We'll only have 2 areas in 22. In the pre-annexation area was basically $1.25 per thousand of assessed valuation. In 2022, we estimate that's going down to about $1.16. And the next steps are to adopt the preliminary levy ordinance, and then we'll bring forward the final one once we receive the information from the county assessor. Any questions?
Council, questions or comments for Michael? Okay, if there are no questions, I will now call on any members of the public who would like to speak or to address the council with regard to this issue. Telephone participants can dial *9. Those attending by Zoom can raise their hand to speak. We have 6 attendees and I see no one stepping up to speak. So I will declare this public comment portion of this hearing is now closed. Council will consider all public comments received on this issue, including those received in writing, if any. And now I will entertain a motion to approve ordinance 4772 and its summary, establishing the amount of property taxes to be levied for the year 2022, the second year of the City of Kirkland's 2021-2022 fiscal biennium. Council.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Council Member Black. Any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the motion to approve ordinance 4772. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, ordinance 4772 is approved. This takes us to item number 7 on our agenda, the COVID-19 update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll keep this one brief. As you know, we're putting a memo in the COVID-19 update that gives you an update on all the rental relief programs. So there's a link in the memo to the most updated information. One change we also did, we've actually added that link to the Rental Resource Center webpage. So any member of the public or council can go directly to that webpage and always find the most updated version of that link. So staff continues to work hard to get money out to both residential folks as well as commercial folks. And we're getting closer, but we're still having a little bit of a hard time getting to our final execution of actual payments. But you can see if you follow the link that the payments are starting to increase. So happy to answer any questions on that. We hope to have even better news in December.
Seeing none, you may proceed with the R5434 update.
Oops, we have one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Black.
Oh, Councilmember Curtis has raised her hand.
It was me, Madam Mayor. I don't know if we're switching to raise hands or what. So
yeah, we are switching to raised hands.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So I just have 2 suggestions for the memo that will probably help the public understand it a little bit better. My question on the charts is this is cumulative or total, such as applications in process. It just is not clear to me when I read it whether it's a total number. And I think it would be helpful to include the dollar amount that we have to provide to for grants.
So thank you, Councilmember Curtis. You had made that suggestion earlier today. We have already included the initial allocation in the memo. So if you click on the link now, we have not yet made the change to talk about if it's cumulative or not. And it turns out it is cumulative. So as you read them up, but we'll make that clearer in the next iteration of the memo. But those are great suggestions. So thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. You worked very quickly.
You have to. Okay. Anything else, City Manager?
Not on COVID unless there's questions from the
council. Okay. That takes us to item C, the 2021 Employee Service Awards.
apologize, Madam Mayor. We do have the 5434 update. So,
oh, I'm sorry.
as the next
Yes,
special
please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm very pleased to actually introduce Patrick Teft, our volunteer coordinator, in his final meeting before he retires from the city of Kirkland. He had an extraordinary capstone event. He's actually going to brief us on the Native History project that he has been working on, which he has actually brought to a draft conclusion. So this was included in the council packet as a memo, but under 5434, I want to give you a chance to get an overview from Patrick as to what happened. And also thanks to Jim Lopez and David Walbrecht to help facilitate some of this outcome. But Patrick really did the bulk of the work here, so we're very grateful for his efforts. So Mr.
Thank
Teft.
you, Patrick.
Thank you, Kurt. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. I'm Patrick Teft, Special Projects Coordinator in the City Manager's Office, here tonight to give you an update on the Kirkland Native History document. And we've prepared a brief visual presentation. So tonight we will briefly discuss and bring you up to speed on background for this process and documents, talk about the full draft current iteration of the Kirkland Native History documents, specifically focus on the local land acknowledgement, which is part of and is included in the document. And then finally talk about next steps. So, inspired by the numerous other aspects and initiatives of R 5434, this idea was initially proposed by city staff to create a hyper-local Native history of present-day Kirkland, meant to serve as a public document of record that would serve also as a reference document to inform the city of it in terms of policies, city practices, official documents, and public signage. And most importantly, to be sure to draft and formulate this document with direct consultation of local tribal leaders and Native experts. So the background timeline, beginning in October 2020 through February of 2021, I began researching compilation from numerous sources, written sources, including books, magazine articles, websites, including tribal and other Native organization websites, and created the draft, which was then internally reviewed. Then beginning in March through May, staff did outreach to local tribe leaders as well as Native organizations, and you can see down below those organizations and tribes that were part of the outreach. And very specifically wanted to mention the tribes that we specifically outreached to and who were involved in the process were the leadership of the Duwamish, Muckleshoot, Snoqualmie, and Suquamish tribes, as well as a Lashute Seed language speaker, the Chief Seattle Club, and United Indians of all tribes. And then June through November was the time period we spent investing in conversations with those experts and tribal leaders. Specifically in June and July, we held a focus group. And then following that, in the following months, followed up with individual follow-up conversations, primarily via phone, Zoom, and some emails. And where we are today is currently the draft document, which has been provided to you. That has been a result of the consultation with those Native experts and tribal leaders, which has incorporated the vast majority of their feedback, perspective, and edits. And that is what you have before you to consider. The city is now going to launch and conduct a public comment period, which will take place December through January. And then specifically, the last graphic on this page, tonight staff seek council direction to return in December with a local land acknowledgement resolution adoption. Next up, specifically the full Kirkland Native History document draft. You have included the current iteration, which is a 16-page document with 39 source citations, again, including books, other written materials, websites, and importantly, the consultation and conversations with tribal leaders and other Native local experts, the Lushootseed, a language speaker, as well as a contracted Kirkland Native History document that was contracted and completed by local historian David Berge. Included in the document is a map of Kirkland area Indigenous place names in Lushootseed language with known meanings in cases of where those meanings are known. This document represents the city's best understanding at this time. It's intended to be a living document in that we point out in the document itself that we welcome additional insights and information sources. The city will continue to accept additional information, be advised, and integrate that into future iterations. Next up, specifically the local land acknowledgement. The local land acknowledgement is the second section or paragraph of the document itself. As I'm sure you're familiar, land acknowledgements in general are considered formal statements that pay tribute to, express gratitude and respect for, as well as help raise awareness of the local Indigenous people, both past and present. Generally speaking, it is considered ceremonial and not a legal document per se. And many other municipalities, governments, entities have adopted similar land acknowledgements. So this is the current iteration of the City of Kirkland's local land acknowledgement. And for those folks joining by phone, meaning that you don't necessarily have visual and that you're not able to see a screen, I will go ahead and read the land acknowledgement, the current iteration. We acknowledge that the Southern Salish Sea region lies on the unceded and ancestral land of the Coast Salish peoples, the Duwamish, Muckleshoot, Puyallup, Skykomish, Snoqualmie, Snohomish, Suquamish, and Tulalip tribes and other tribes of the Puget Sound Salish people, and that present-day City of Kirkland is in the traditional heartland of the Lake people and the River people. We honor with gratitude the land itself, the first people who have reserved treaty rights and continue to live here since time immemorial, and their ancestral heritage. And finally, next steps. Staff is currently preparing to publish, and the process involved in presenting the draft Kirkland Native History document to the public to solicit feedback from the community into January 2022. Again, as noted earlier, staff seek direction from council to return specifically at the December 15th council meeting with a resolution adopting this local land acknowledgement. And finally, staff will return in early 2022 to council with final version iterations that include any potential changes. Any questions?
Thank you, Patrick. What a marvelous presentation. Council comments, questions? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Deputy City Manager. As you guys know, this is a project near and dear to my heart, and I just can't thank you enough for your work on that. I can't thank you enough for your inclusion to include the tribes in this process. And Patrick, I hope that you walk away from this very proud with the contribution you made to the city of Kirkland. This is hugely important. It's a great document. I'm very eager to see what the public has to say on it. I thoroughly enjoyed reading it. I have some ideas on how we can use this document moving forward. And I would guess that most of them are obvious. I would love to see our ability to include native place names in our signage and our park signage, perhaps do our neighborhoods in the translation. I'm going to mispronounce it, the Lushootseed language. So that is really important to me. I would love for us to create a historical web page on our website so that folks can come and see this. I would love to, when we have our welcoming hall, that we create a historical exhibit about this. I would love for us to work with the Kirkland Heritage Society so that they can start collecting documentation and photos and so forth and create a body of work around the Native peoples of Kirkland. And, you know, and my dream is that someday we have an opportunity to connect with historic families that have lived in this area for years. That would be incredibly powerful and valuable. I have a couple thoughts on the land acknowledgement, and I have been in some conversations with other cities on this, and we are all trying to decide the best way to move forward. I think the land acknowledgement is really good. I would like to see it on all of our agendas. You know, there is a school of thought that it perhaps is not necessary to read it at the start of every council meeting. It's more important to keep it published. I would like to see the local land acknowledgement on, again, our signage, especially in historical places such as Juanita Beach. And I think that it's important to include our land acknowledgement in all of our documentation, our PROS plan, our sustainability master plan, all of those pieces moving forward. I'd like to see it read at some ceremonial events. And again, including on signage where we can. But again, I thank you both tremendously for this work. I just can't say enough good things about it. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I echo Councilmember Curtis's comments. Thank you to the staff team, to Patrick, Jim, and David. This is a fantastic body of work. I'm especially proud of the process in centering Native voices on this. So thank you so much for that really important work. I appreciate Councilmember Councilman Curtis, thank you for your council leadership on this issue, first of all. And also want to just pile onto your list of ideas of how we can use this, because I too got very excited reading it and all the things that we can do with it. And one thing that I would add to your list is creating materials specifically geared towards children, to teach the children of Kirkland this really important history of the land here and of the Native people here. So I would just add that perhaps that could be in collaboration with the school district, or perhaps not. There are multiple ways that we could probably go about that, but I think that would be a really beautiful thing that we could do to really teach the children of Kirkland about the history of our beautiful city here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Patrick, for this amazing work. I really enjoyed reading through the Native history document and really appreciate how hyper-local you were able to make it. I also appreciate the relationships that you are beginning to build with tribal leaders to have this happen, and that the deputy city manager and our new communications manager were involved in that is important, because we'll have that staff kind of consistency and longevity with that. Because one thing we've heard in talking with our colleagues on working with the tribes on this, it is about the relationships. It is about having those relationships before you're seeking the policy. To that end, I would like to look for some opportunities to be able to establish some relationships between this council and the tribes, the tribal leaders you're working with. And even an opportunity to do that in an informal way would be helpful as we look at these issues. To the land acknowledgement, I support what I've heard from my colleagues of making sure we look to see how we use this and include that and make sure it's included in our documents. I have noted that our consultants had done a version of a land acknowledgement as we've been doing a lot of public meetings and town halls around the station area plan. And as I think about some of the things that we talk about in land use and trying to think of at least in this body, a 25-year time frame of it versus the 7-generation time frame that the tribes might think about things. But certainly when we're dealing with land use and planning, that might be a natural place to include and read the land acknowledgement as council's doing that sort of business versus every single meeting. I think that's something that we should consider. And in any case, really excited to move forward. This is a very impressive piece of work, and I'm very proud of what you're bringing forward for us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Patrick, if I can just pile on for a moment, I'm sensing a sub theme for the 4th of July this year. I have tried in the past to try and get some war boats over here to revisit Juanita Beach, and this just might be the opportunity to do that. In the 40s and again in the 60s, I believe that we had a potlatch, or what, I don't remember what the name of it was, but we had the racing boats and the Native American population here back on the shores of Juanita Beach. So wouldn't that be a wonderful thing to try and do again? But thank you for doing this body of work. Again, Kirkland's ahead of the class, and particularly around sort of incorporating this into our culture. You know, it just feels to me like every step that we take, we're getting better. So thank you so much for your work, Patrick. We are going to miss you, but you are leaving behind something really important. And thank you, Jim, as well. Okay, with that, it takes us to Mr. Lopez and the 2021 Employee Service Awards. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So Deputy Mayor Arnold, do you have your hand up? Was that okay?
I just wanted to check in and make sure that whether you needed direction on the land acknowledgement and further direction on the land acknowledgement in our December 4th meeting.
Thank you. Is there any objection to bringing back the resolution adopting the land acknowledgement?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next item, as you know, we traditionally have at our council meetings, the council awards service awards for Kirkland employees who have served 20 years or longer. In our COVID world, we've had to adapt that ceremony. And so what we've done, starting now as the Human Resources Director, who is now Jim Lopez as the acting Human Resources Director, in addition to being Deputy City Manager, is going to read the names and show the photos of those employees who have served with us for 20 years or longer. So go ahead, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, City Manager. And good evening, Mayor Sweet and Deputy Mayor Arnold and Council. As the City Manager noted, I am the Deputy City Manager for External Affairs, but tonight I am here in my internal facing capacity as the Acting Human Resources Director. And it really is a super pleasure to be here to get to do the Employee Service Awards. I remember well when I was the permanent Human Resources Director, how fun this was. Now, as you know, in normal times, we present the service awards twice a year in May and November, and our employees are invited to attend, and they are recognized, and in person, they get to have their picture taken with the City Council. But this year, like last, because of the pandemic, we're going to make this presentation virtually. Now, fortunately, we have some wonderful pictures of our employees included in this presentation to help make this presentation so special. And in addition to tonight's recognition, employees will also receive, as depicted here, an acrylic plaque. They're very cool, etched with their name, department, city logo, and service years. And they also get a really great certificate signed by the mayor and the city manager, both of which will be delivered to them by their department director at a later date. So now let's recognize our employees for the years of dedicated service, starting at 2 decades, 20 years of service. We welcome Paul Smith, a fire captain in the fire department. Brian Ferguson, a firefighter, fire department, 20 years, congratulations. And Jason Osborne, a stormwater supervisor in public works. And Kyle Colson, our senior applications analyst in our information technology department, congratulations. And Tony Levitt, a senior planner in our planning and building department. Congratulations, Tony. And Robert Russell, corrections corporal in the police department, 20 years. Corey Kalk, a fire inspector in the fire department. Congratulations, Corey. And Todd Anderson, fire inspector in the fire department. Brian Dalsick, transportation operations and maintenance supervisor in public works, 20 years, congratulations. Seth Buchanan, a battalion chief in the fire department, congratulations, Seth. Scott Helsel, the lead person in our public works, congratulations, Scott. And Tom Jensen, plan review supervisor in planning and building. Congratulations, Tom. Lastly, Sudi El-Kaisi, our special projects coordinator in Parks and Community Services. Congratulations, 2 decades of service to all of you. So at 25 years, we have John Regala, planning supervisor in planning and building department. Congratulations, John. And Randy Scott, our EMS fire captain in the fire department. Congratulations, Randy. Also at 25 years, Reggie Schubiger, our program coordinator in Parks and Community Services. Congratulations, Reggie. And Todd Axtell, our deputy police chief in the police department. Congratulations, Todd. All right, now we're at 3 decades. Yes, congratulations to all our 25 years. So we're moving into 3 decades now. 30 years is Charles Pierce, a patrol officer in the police department. Congratulations, Charles. And our very own Kathy Anderson, city clerk in finance and administration. Congratulations, Kathy. And Nikki Osborne, a program coordinator in Parks and Community Services, 30 years. Congratulations, Nikki. And Ken Henderson, a fire captain in our fire department. Congratulations, Ken, 30 years. Finally, Tom Clark, firefighter in the fire department. Congratulations, Tom, 30 years. All right, now we're in 35 years. Mike Mateer, smiling probably for every one of those 35. Our senior grounds person in Parks. Congratulations, Mike. And ladies and gentlemen, 40 years is coming. And that is none other than the legend, Joe Sanford, our fire chief. Congratulations, Joe. It's really an honor to work beside you. So thank you. Thank you for your service. It truly is a great privilege to work with all of you and to have you as part of the Kirkland family for so many years. We all are so very grateful for your service. Thank you, and Madam Mayor, back to you.
Thanks, Jim. That was fabulous. I so appreciate the use of the pictures. It's so good to see folks. So thank you very much for that. This takes us to item number 8, the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present the audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $3,341,527.68 and bills in the amount of $3,393,838.13.
Excellent, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Pascal. Any discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to pull item 8H2 to the business agenda for a separate vote.
That will make item 8H2 item C. Oh, no. Yes, item C on the business agenda.
Thank you.
All right. So do we move on? We've moved that off, so I don't have to amend the consent calendar, correct?
Correct. Do not.
Okay, in which case, the question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar with the pulled item. Because the calendar includes an ordinance, we will be roll calling the vote. This motion was made by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Pascal. No, moved by Councilmember Falcone. You guys moved. And seconded by Councilmember Pascal. City Clerk.
Councilmember Nixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes, the consent calendar is approved. This takes us to our business agenda. Do we want to take the first item and then take a break after, or would you prefer to take a break before we go? One or two? Two. All right, let's plow on. So this item number
9A.
Oops. Thank you. City Manager.
So I just want to make sure, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. So this item is a continuation of the study session item. So I do have the staff available. If there were questions you had about the presentation, I will go ahead and ask the policy question as I place the slide up here. So, okay, can council see the slide?
We can. Were we going to go back to the slide that we ended with?
Yeah, it was actually only one question was, do you want to do this? And the other question I'm going to ask is part of the presentation. So
okay,
I don't think we need that slide yet again. So, okay, so the presentation you received during the study session was about the potential to activate the Transportation Benefit District and to use the various funding sources authorities. One of the policy questions was, if you were to choose to activate the TBD, would you want to have the city absorb the authority of the TBD? So I'll come back to that question at the end after this. As you know, the city work program is designed to be major initiatives that have substantial financial implications that have a citywide impact and that are cross-departmental. And so when we looked at this issue of activating the Transportation Benefit District, we concluded that this rose to the level of being a city work program item. So what you have as the business item in front of you is a draft resolution to amend 5462, which was the resolution that adopted the work program. And the amendment would add a new 12th initiative. And what I have up there in quotes is the draft language for the adding the Transportation Benefit District as an initiative to the city work program. I'm going to read it in a second, but if the city, and this is the only slide that I have, if the council wishes to do this, we'd be bringing the resolution back with any amendments to the language for action on the December 14th council meeting. And then that would set in motion a series of bringing actions back to the city council in the first quarter of 2022, where you'd have a lot of chance to talk about things such as the project lists, funding sources and allocations and decisions and so forth. So what this actual item would do would be to activate the Kirkland Transportation Benefit District in 2022 for the purpose of funding Safe Routes to School Action Plan priority projects and other active transportation projects to further the goals of community safety, vibrant neighborhoods, inclusive and equitable community, balanced transportation, and dependable infrastructure. So with that as a background, I want to give the council a chance to have any questions about the presentation you received earlier in the study session on the projects themselves or the authorities, and then we can talk about the specific language as well. Before I get to those questions, we do have a couple updates from the question that Councilmember Nixon asked. So the city attorney did get a chance to review the statute, and so the city council can place a car tab, a vehicle license fee, on the ballot for any amount that it chooses to do so. So anywhere between the $0 and the $100 car tab, the city council has discretion to do that. You don't have to wait or phase it in if you choose to do a car tab of any amount. You can also, at the end, if you choose to go and implement the car tab in the every 2-year period, once you reach the $50, you can obviously place any number above 50 on a ballot measure as well. And you also have the authority to put a ballot measure on that does the sales tax up to 0.2%. So, and then our city clerk did a quick research of the cost of elections, and she has sent an email to all of you. You may not have had a chance to see it yet. But basically, elections cost the city between about $300,000 and $400,000 a year. Elections are costed based on how much information the city council places on the ballot for the city of Kirkland in that year in the primary and general elections. And it depends on how many other jurisdictions participate in each election. So the amount goes up and down depending on what happens, whether there's a primary or not, whether there's a general or not, whether you have other things on the ballot or not. So, but that gives you a rough order of magnitude of the cost of an election. So with that, I'll be happy to answer questions, and I have the team here to answer questions as well.
Okay, council? Questions or discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Manager, I just want to make sure I'm absolutely clear on this. This resolution does nothing in terms of making any future commitment to actually imposing a car tab fee or anything else. It simply would say we're going to look into the process of activating the TBD and potentially having the city take over the TBD so that the council doesn't have to separately sit as the board of directors of the TBD, but can just do it as the council. But all the decisions about how or if we would impose any additional fees or taxes would be a separate decision in the future. Is that correct?
Yes, with a nuance, an important nuance. So it is true that if you were to adopt this or something like this, it does not commit you to any funding allocation amount or process by doing that. But it does deliver some intent, which means the purpose of activating it would be that you eventually want some funding from it, whether you choose to make that a ballot measure or whether you choose to do that through councilmatic action. So I think that's the only nuance that I would say. But yes, all this does is if you pass something like this on the 14th, we would begin to bring you action items for your deliberation, but there's no commitment to a specific outcome.
Thank you.
Okay, council, I'm wondering if I can get a motion to amend the city work program as described. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion for Resolution R5502, amending Resolution R5462, and amending priority goals for the 2021-2022, and amending the 2021-2022 city work program. I do support this motion. The state has given us the authority to enact a transportation district, and there's definitely a benefit to doing so, so I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Second, it's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to pass Resolution 5462. Any further discussion? Councilmember Pascal, or Councilmember Pascal, I saw you first.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First of all, just a question. When I read the packet and the material, I thought that we were just commenting on this tonight, and then we were going to take action on it at our meeting in December. So I'm a little confused as to why we're adopting it tonight, but that's fine. I was thinking that we were taking comments on it. Is that correct? Did I misunderstand the material?
No, if I may clarify, I was going to make the same statement. You are certainly welcome to pass it tonight, but the intent was to bring it back if there was any amendments tonight for final adoption on the 14th. But you could also simply amend it tonight and pass it tonight as well.
Okay. Well, we already made a motion, so we're well on our way. A couple comments, and I'll suggest an amendment. One, I'm supportive of exploring the transportation benefit district, and my comments are primarily around the focus of it. I think you all are aware that the Safer Routes to School Action Plan is something that I pushed early on after being elected, receiving tons of input from the school community about the needs around our schools, improving safety and mobility and walking and biking. And so that's extremely important to me. But as we think about our transportation priorities, primarily our priorities regarding active transportation, I just want to make sure that we're being as thoughtful and consider all the different priorities across the active modes. For example, bicycles, access to transit, and other things that are really critical that we address. I'm not saying that it will change the outcomes necessarily of the priority list, but I do want to make sure that we consider all our active mode transportation improvements, such as what's coming out of the active transportation plan, what's coming out of the Vision Zero plan, and just kind of look at them kind of on an equal playing field and make really informed decisions on what should be elevated to be funded as part of the TBD. And I know that's not on the discussion tonight, but this work program item really does focus on the Safer Routes to School priority projects. And I'd like to make an amendment to modify that a little bit. And so I wanted to explain that.
So the other transportation projects would not clarify that enough?
So I was thinking that we would say something like that. I didn't prepare an amendment because I was thinking we were going to do it the next meeting. So I apologize because I feel like this is a little messy at the moment. But what I would say is activate the Kirkland transportation benefit in 2022 for the purpose of funding Safer Routes to School action plans, priority projects, active transportation plan, priority projects, and Vision Zero plan, priority projects to further the goals of community safety, vibrant neighborhoods, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just adding those other two planning document priority projects identified there. And that's under the assumption that those plans will be completed in the first quarter of 2022. So I can restate my amendment, but that's what I was going to say.
I think we got the amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Nixon to amend the language as described to include active transportation plan and
Vision Zero.
Yeah, Vision Zero. Any further discussion? I see lots of hands up, so go ahead, Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my hand was up before Councilmember Pascal made his motion. So I'm hoping, I do have a question specifically related to Councilmember Pascal's motion, and I'll ask that now. And then if I have further comments on the underlying motion, I may raise my hand again. In fact, I know I do have one additional question. But on Councilmember Pascal's motion to amend, I have a question for the staff. So generally, I support what Councilmember Pascal has said, generally support this motion, but I do have a question from the staff. By listing these specific plans, my understanding of adopting and activating a TBD is that you can use those TBD revenues to fund any written plan related to transportation. Us including the specifically enumerated list of plans in the work program, that's not going to place any limitation on us that's not already set forth in the underlying statute, state statute. Is that fair to say? So for example, if hypothetically we were able to work our way through the priority projects in the 3 plans that are now possibly going to be mentioned in the work program item, once we worked our way through that, we would be able to potentially fund other priority items in other plans pursuant to state statute. Is that correct?
So I'll take a first shot at that, and anyone else can jump in. So yes, while this would declare intent and prioritize those 3 documents, where you'd actually identify the projects is in the subsequent ordinances that would come that activate the TBD, authorize the expenditure, and bond for the money. So you wouldn't be prohibited by this action from any other capital or transportation projects that are allowed under the TBD statute. You could limit yourself at a future time, but you wouldn't be limited by this.
Okay, that answers my question, and I thank you. And Madam Mayor, I just asked, I might raise my hand in support of, or to discuss the underlying motion too. Thanks.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Councilmember Black covered my concern, and I'll save my comments for the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also have a comment/question on the amendment, and then also will re-raise my hand because I also have comments on the underlying motion. So Councilor Pascal, one of the things that I like your amendment, but one of the things I liked about the original motion, the language in the original motion, is that it had the flexibility of having the and other active transportation. I forget exactly what the language was, but I think that allowed us flexibility, that we weren't as restrictive, that if there was another project that came up. So my question to you is, in your motion, I didn't hear you say that, but is that the intent of your motion, that it would still have the and, oh, thank you for putting the and other active transportation projects in that list as well, kind of that catch-all to maintain that flexibility?
I didn't state that, but that's fine. I was assuming that the active transportation plan would cover that. That was kind of my assumption. So that the active transportation plan would cover all other things, but that might
procedurally, would you be open to, like, is it a friendly amendment? Is that what it's considered to your amendment? So we don't have to have a separate one?
I mean, yeah, technically, he didn't suggest deleting that sentence, that part of the sentence, so you could just assume it's all for the Safe Routes to School, Active Transportation Vision Zero, and the active transportation projects.
Thank you,
Great.
City Manager.
Thank you.
So we will include active transportation projects and then the active transportation plan and Vision Zero? Correct. Okay. Is everybody clear on that? Okay, so the question is on the motion to accept the amendment with the language I just stated, moved by Councilmember Pascal, and I can't remember who seconded. I think it was Councilmember Nixon. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So we are back to the original motion. Discussion. Councilmember Black.
I by no means need to be first, but since I raised my hand first, I will ask the question. So I'm hoping that when we do, I guess it's a direction to staff. One of the things I'd really like to see when we are considering future ordinances regarding approving certain funding mechanisms, whether it's councilmanic action to adopt a car tab or whether it's a ballot measure. This probably is something that would be on the staff's radar anyway, but I just want to make sure it is something that you bring back to us. And that's just information on how many of these other jurisdictions that we saw in the study session presentation had adopted TBDs, and I assume activated TBDs. there was a slide, I don't remember the exact numbers or the breakdown, but how of those that have actually adopted a car tab or another funding mechanism, how many of them took councilmanic action and how many of them did a ballot measure? That would probably be something you would provide us as just a matter of course, but I want to emphasize my interest in that information. And then just one comment, because everyone knows I'm going to make it, and that is, until we have a tax system in the state of Washington that reflects our values as a people, we will always be asked to use what I consider to be less than ideal mechanisms in order to fund public benefit. And, I can't help but to observe that a flat dollar amount car tab is another regressive tax mechanism. So I don't love that, but I do really value the public benefits that we are recognizing in this work program item. Really want to see these public benefits implemented, and these are the mechanisms that we have in the state of Washington, and I support using them for the public benefit, especially these particular types of public benefits. But I'd be remiss if I didn't, state once again my displeasure with our overall tax structure in the state of Washington. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to start off by saying thank you to the city manager for your creativity and dedication to getting active transportation projects, and in particular safer routes to school for our school children, to getting them funded. Some of you may already know this, but this is an issue that is really particularly near and dear to my heart. This is the issue that first got me involved in local government when my now middle schooler was just about to start kindergarten. We found out that our local elementary school was a walking school, and we realized very quickly that there was not a safe way for us to walk to school. So I remember very nervously, never having interacted with a city council member in my life, emailing the city council, and our now Mayor Sweet, who was deputy mayor at the time, may remember walking with my daughter Sophia and I to our elementary school, and a handful of other council members at the time walked with us to our local elementary school, and we were able to show them firsthand our concerns about school walk route safety in our community up here in Finn Hill. And I remember Mayor Sweet, you connecting us with public works staff, who then also walked with my daughter and I to our elementary school. And I remember in a very short period of time, we had one of the most dangerous parts of our school walk route improved. We had a shoulder paved where we had a place to actually walk. I had a baby in a stroller. We no longer had to walk in the street on an arterial with city buses driving by. And it felt so good to be able to help advocate to make improvements for our school children, not just for my children, but for all the families in the community to be able to more safely walk to school and bike to school. And then I remember, thank you for humoring me with this story, by the way, I'll be somewhat brief, but I then remember meeting now Councilmember John Pascal, who was then a Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance board member, at a Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance meeting, because I decided it wasn't enough to just meet with city council members. I needed to meet with my local neighborhood association. I also created a position for myself on our local PTA board to be an advocate, so that advocacy chair, so I could help advocate for safer walk to school routes. Anyway, so I could probably talk for hours about my journey to city council, and it all started with school walk route safety and being able to get our community school children to be able to walk and bike safely to school. So I'm so, so happy and proud to now be a city council member and being able to vote for efforts such as this to help make a real, meaningful, impactful difference in the lives of the families in our community. And so thank you, city manager, for listening to the needs of the community and the needs that those of us here in council represent, the voices that we represent on council. So thank you for that. One other comment that I have is I'd really like when staff comes back with some of the proposed projects for us to look at early next year, to really look at ways that we could potentially save money by combining projects with economies of scale, even if they aren't in the top 40. I think of, for example, when I was on the neighborhood safety panel, and there were sometimes we had like a long list of rapid flashing beacons, and there were times where if you did say a few of those at a time, it saved money on a per project basis, right? That's one example. I think of areas where there might be sidewalk projects that are really close together, that if we got them bid together, it might save money even if both projects aren't at the top of the list. Because I really would like to see us think kind of long term about how to be most efficient with these dollars and get the most bang for the buck. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, just a couple thoughts here. First off, I support this work program item, so I'll be voting in favor of this. I recognize that this is going to be can be a difficult discussion for many. We have to really weigh the impacts that it can have on certain folks. And so really appreciate Councilmember Black's comments that we all need to take into account. I want to talk about two things. I want to talk about just process, and I want to talk about transparency and kind of communication. And I know that this is what I talk about is things that will happen during next year. But when it comes to the process, I do think that we need to have a little bit more dialogue on really what projects are funded through the TBD. And I think you've heard that from a few members. And it's not because I disagree with the list. It's that we have a long list of needs and really want to make sure we give it its due consideration. This is a really, this is a great opportunity, right? That doesn't come along very often. So I really want to make sure we think about it and that we also involve others. I really do think we should ask our Transportation Commission to give us their recommendation. What are their thoughts? That's what we have them for. And I would really love to hear what they have to say as we finalize this list. And secondly, maybe we have some options, hey, maybe we take the top third of projects from the Safer Routes to School, the Active Transportation Plan, the Vision Zero. That's one option. One, we just keep it all in Safer Routes to School. Another is something else. And just weigh that and show that thoughtful discussion and how we reach our conclusion, I think would be a really valuable process to engage on personally. I really liked Councilmember Falcone's comments about, let's talk about how just talk about the projects a little bit more. Are there projects that we really come through that and go, hey, some of these projects are really good grant eligible projects. So that's just hold them off. And that's fund things that are going to be really, really difficult to actually get outside funding for. Or, hey, did we consider any value engineering where there might be kind of more cost-effective treatments? Or, hey, some of these crosswalk treatments, we actually are really, really good about pushing and building crosswalk improvements, RFPs. I mean, we have like over 60 of them throughout the city, and we get those through mitigation from adjoining developments and things. So really, we don't have a big problem of actually doing those. What we do have, what's really difficult is building the sidewalks and the pathways and the bike facilities. Those are really difficult to fund and implement. So I really want to be opportunistic here as much as possible. So that's kind of the process. My second point is on transparency. We have to get the word out to the public at large. They're going to get a bill every year when they renew their car tabs. And I want them to know what we're doing, what that money is being used for, why we're doing it, what the need is. I want to be as transparent as possible. I want that information to get out there. I want to tell the story. I want to show that we had some discussion and deliberations on this, that we explored shifting funds from other capital infrastructure needs, that we have this huge priority of backlog needs, not just active transportation, but other things. So I want to share that story somehow, because I think that that we need to. So those are kind of two things, process and just the transparency and communication that I really want us to think about as we move forward into 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support looking at a transportation benefit district authority for accelerating the safe route to schools and other transportation projects, so it doesn't take us 40 years to do the first 40 projects. I do agree we need to have a broader conversation within the community, and I'd like to look at options for a potential combination of councilmanic authority and voter approved proposals and other options that Councilmember Pascal mentions. We've had some successful community processes for developing voter approved investments, and I'd like to consider the same at looking at safe routes to schools, active transportation projects, Vision Zero, the Cross-Kirkland Corridor. But I'm not sure that I want to wait for that process to move forward. So immediately on some of these safe route to schools process, so I'd like to look at options. Councilmember Falcone previously discussed adding a retreat item and talking about a parks bond given the or levy given the 2022 expiration of our existing bond. I'd also like to include in that retreat discussion some of what we're talking about with this TBD authority, so that we can look at everything in a broader timeline. We've done a good job of setting priorities where we had one thing that the city and the community were focused on, most recently with the fire proposition that was successful, and would like to have that same thought about how we could use this particular voter approved authority in conjunction, or whether parks levy is our next priority. So hopefully we can talk about that more during the retreat. In the meantime, I do think we should look at moving forward, and I will support with what we can do with the TBD immediately, and we'll support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, I want to emphasize for the members of the public who are watching that the vote we're taking tonight is not a vote to increase your taxes. This is not a tax increase vote. This is an incremental baby step housekeeping vote, a statement of intent that we might do that in the future, but it is not actually voting to increase your taxes. It's very similar in that respect to the vote we took half a dozen years ago to create the TBD in the first place. There will be plenty of additional opportunities going forward over several months, maybe more than several months, for public input into this, what many people feel was a surprise measure showing up in our packet on Friday that they have had no opportunity to review and comment on. So I just want to reassure people that the subsequent steps, and there are many subsequent steps that have to be taken, will include engagement with the public and an opportunity for people to express their concerns. Now, I, as you might deduce from my previous questions tonight, feel pretty strongly that we should put any of these things onto the ballot for the people to tell us how they feel about it. In the 10 years, nearly 10 years that I've been on the council, we have very consistently done that. We did it with the road levy and the park levy. We did it with the police sales tax. We did it with the fire ballot measure. We did it with the ARC, and the ARC vote failed because people, didn't agree that that was a priority. And I feel like we need to do the same thing in this case. And so as we go through this process, I will be advocating for whatever we do, putting it on the ballot for the people to tell us what they think about it. And because I really think that when the people passed property tax limitation, and limited it to 1% per year total revenue increase. They told us in that same ballot measure that if we want more money beyond that, we should go to them and ask. And that will be my position, is that we should go to them and ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thoughtful conversations, a lot of different variations. I too am as frustrated as Councilmember Black is in terms of the whole tax structure that we are forced to live with, which is why I support this tonight. Absolutely, I believe we should include the Transportation Commission in this process. A lot of what I've heard tonight, though, appears to be adding a lot of layers in order for us to get any work done. So I just hope if we do add this to a discussion and a retreat around ballot measures, that's already delaying it a considerable amount. So I think we have to take that into consideration. But you know, if it is the will of the council to consider going to a vote, then we will have to take that time. And I agree with Councilmember Pascal's comments with regard to transportation or transparency. Absolutely, we would never do this to our constituents without a huge notification process because we haven't done it before. City Manager.
I just want to emphasize that point because when you put something on the city work program, all of those are elements that also have extensive community outreach. So I guess to just reaffirm Councilmember Nixon's point, this is not the action, this is the permission to start the action, which would always include robust community outreach. So that is the intent if you were to proceed with this. And also I did get a text from the city attorney. He just wants to make sure that the very first amendment was stated for Resolution 5502, which is the current resolution and not the previous one, 5462. So as long as that's clear on the record, I think we're okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm looking at what we're talking about. Okay, so this is resolution. We are now back to the original motion, moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Accepting resolution 5502 as amended. And this is a resolution. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it is time for us to take a break. So let's take 15 minutes and come back at is that 9:42, 32? No. Somebody do the math. 42, got it. All right, see you in 15.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We are back in session following a short break, and we are at our final business, or no, we're not. But we are at item B in our business agenda, which is Kirkland Zoning Code Chapter 95 Tree Management and Required Landscaping File Draft Code Amendments. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to turn this over to our Director of Planning and Building, Adam Weinstein. Tonight, we're looking for permission to proceed with the process we've outlined for final adoption of the tree code, and then also discussion of the first phase of that adoption. So take it away, Adam.
Thanks, and I'm going to quickly hand it over to Jeremy McMahon and Katie Hogan. But yeah, just wanted to thank City Council for standing with us. The tree code obviously has been a work in progress over many, many months. We're bringing you back the tree code now in bite-sized pieces, and we think that hopefully this digestible set of tree code amendments, starting with minor amendments, will help progress through the tree code amendments and get to the outcome that we want, which is a tree code that is a lot more understandable and comprehensible and usable to the community, that also supports our policy goals related to forestry and tree canopy. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Jeremy and Katie.
Thanks, Adam. And thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We are really pleased tonight to be returning to you with the final stages for City Council adoption of updates to Chapter 95. I hate to say this time of night, but we do have about 22 slides. Our goal is to move through them pretty quickly. We will want to stop for council direction for any questions you have along the way. So we've built some pauses into the presentation. And yeah, I'm really thrilled to welcome Katie Hogan to our team. Katie is our development review arborist, just with loads of background on tree reviews, both in the public sector and private sector. So she's here to help us complete the project after we lost our wonderful urban forester, Deb Powers, earlier this year to the city of Edmond. So just super grateful for Katie. And when I turn over the presentation to her, I will have her tell you a little bit about her background, because I think it helps understand what she brings to our team. Next slide, Katie. So this is just to say we've been at this for a while. Planning Commission delivered their recommendation at the end of 2020. Council started their review of the tree code at that time, and then when COVID happened, project was paused. I think it's important to note, though, that during this term, Council has undertaken a number of important initiatives around trees and the environment. Initiatives proceeded around things like enhanced enforcement activity, enhancing our inspection abilities with the public works staff, adoption of the Sustainability Master Plan, adoption of the Urban Forestry 6-year work program, and funding of a number of important tree initiatives. So it's not like we've been dormant on trees for this period of time. I think it's important to note that. Next slide, please, Kate. So when we rebooted our council review in May of this year with City Council and the tree code, Council spent some time discussing what their desired outcomes were for the amendments and helping staff frame these 11 questions that staff is using at this point as kind of guideposts to help us and City Council through the final review of the proposed amendments. On July 6th, we reviewed these with City Council and discussed them as a framework for our remaining work on the tree code. The code has, if we look at those 11 questions and guidance we've gotten from Council to date, we've identified as staff a couple of things that we call our primary objectives. So the first objective is that Council supports the policy goals established in the comprehensive plan and the urban forestry strategic management plan around retention achievement of the 40% canopy goal citywide. Second objective we think is really important that informs our work is the desire to develop a code that's more predictable, both for private property owners and for developers, that leads to more certain outcomes in administration of the code. So we'll talk about those as they guide us a bit tonight. I will stop at that slide I just want to double check that we've heard you right, that this head nods, that's kind of where we're going. Okay, super. So this is our proposed approach to help complete the project over some upcoming meetings. Tonight, we're going to talk about a series of minor amendments that actually, in terms of overall volume of the code, is probably around 75% of the code in terms of words. In January, we want to come back with a couple of sets of major to moderate amendments for council discussion. And then if all goes well, we could potentially bring back an ordinance for adoption on February 1st. So step one, which is tonight, based on previous council feedback, we have 18 sections of the code included in your packets tonight. The first section are areas where we don't really see any substantive impact or changes that are minor in nature. So 12 code sections with what we think are no impact, 6 code sections that we think are relatively minor amendments. Katie's presentation tonight is really going to focus on the minor amendments, but there are opportunities for the city council to give us feedback or ask questions on sections that we don't necessarily dwell on the slides, but we'll stop again for direction on those, both the minor amendments and no impact categories. We are seeking council direction on all of these 18 sections tonight. I would point out, just to help with the discussion, if council thinks that we mischaracterized something, just let us know if that's the case. If there's areas where there's council discussion or council feedback or council deliberations that we can work through tonight, we should take a shot at it. If we're getting too bogged down on any one topic, it probably suggests that's not a really minor topic, and we may just want to punt that and talk about it more in January. Hope that makes sense. So those January meetings, we plan to parse the code into 2 additional sections of moderate and major amendments. And we'll seek direction on those. If that all goes well, Katie, next slide, we'll probably the intent is to come back for adoption in February. So we'll kind of measure at each step of the way if we're on track to complete that. So I'll pause there before I turn it over to Katie, just see, does that approach look okay to the city council? Head nods. Okay, great. At this point, I'll turn it over to Katie, who will walk us through the amendments and take a moment to introduce herself and her background.
Thank you, Deputy Director McMahon, and good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Can everybody hear me okay?
Great.
Excellent. So before we get started, I'd just like to briefly introduce myself, since I'm a new face to most of you. I'm Katie Hogan, and I'm a certified arborist and a qualified tree risk assessor. And I have a bachelor's degree in environmental studies from the UW. Prior to starting with the city back in May, I worked as a private consulting arborist for 7 years, working throughout the greater Seattle region. And during this time, I interpreted and applied dozens of different local tree codes. So I'm really hoping to bring that knowledge with me to help create a tree code that establishes a relationship between the growing urban population and ever-changing ecosystem and urban canopy. So thank you so much for having me here tonight, and I'm really looking forward to working with everyone on this project. So with that, let's dive into the proposed amendments we'll be discussing this evening. So based on the direction provided with council, staff has continued to prepare a draft code for council adoption. The goal of today's meeting is to determine if all of these proposed minor amendments are acceptable to council, and I'll lead us through each section, going over the amendments and the purpose of each. And then after each section, council can ask clarifying questions or request to move amendments off this list for future discussion. So the amendments that we'll discuss this evening serve the following purposes, and that is to update best available science, best management practices, and industry standards, and to provide clarification to residents and developers to improve the consistency with current city practices, and to also include or revise existing definitions where staff has already received clear council direction. So staff believes that none of these amendments result in a substantial increase in requirements or impact to the code. So attachment 1 that you guys have in your council packet, starting on page 161, includes a list of each proposed minor amendment followed by a description of how the revision affects the code and aligns with the direction provided by council. So this includes what the proposed update is and how it changed from the existing code, an explanation that provides additional information on the purpose of this update based on council direction, and the expected high-level result from this update. The first code section with minor amendments is Chapter 9510, definitions. So please keep in mind that a number of these definitions do relate to tree regulations, which will be discussed at future council meetings that have more moderate to major amendments. So while we are showing the definitions here, there is going to be an opportunity to come back and revisit some of those key definitions at that time. The first definition that was added is for arborist report, which was previously undefined in the code, and adding this to the code will help to provide clarity and ensure that submittal materials are meeting city standards. And I will go through these fairly quickly for time's sake, but like Jeremy mentioned, we'll have time to discuss specific terms and definitions afterward. DBH was further defined to include the calculation for measuring trees that have multiple trunks. And this is based on industry standard and also aligns with current city practices. This addition will improve consistency and ensure trees are being accurately measured. Inner critical root zone is a new definition to the code, which was added to indicate the minimum area around a tree that shall not be disturbed to ensure safety. Including this improves tree protection throughout development and provides developers with a clear guide for tree protection standards. Topping was not previously well defined in the code and was added to align with industry standards and to better help to inform property owners of prohibited types of pruning. Continuing along in the definitions section, a definition for tree protection zone, or TPZ, was added, and this replaces what we previously referred to as limits of disturbance, or LOD. Because LOD is also a term used by developers to denote the boundaries of site disturbance, we replaced it with TPZ to clarify that it's intended for tree protection. The definition for tree removal, has been adjusted from 50% canopy removal down to 25%. And this aligns with council adopted code enforcement definition in KMC 112-100 and also aligns with industry standards. The definition for hazard tree was revised to clarify that trees must be rated as high or extreme risk to qualify as a hazard tree and to be permitted for removal. Including this rating system aligns with current city practices and improves the predictability of the code for private property owners. It also aligns with citywide canopy cover goals by reducing unnecessary tree removals throughout the city. Hedge trees is a new definition, and this is defined as 5 or more trees of the same species with overlapping canopies that are in poor to fair condition that have been maintained in a linear formation. Currently, the tree code does not have a clear channel for the removal of overgrown and expensive to maintain hedges. So by including this definition, it allows for more flexible removal of hedges by private property owners. This is likely to result in some increased canopy loss, but it does encourage more sustainable tree plantings. And finally, we have landmark tree, which is also a new definition that I'm sure council is very familiar with. Trees over 26 inches DBH would qualify as landmark trees. And because this definition is closely tied to other sections of the code with moderate to major amendments, we will come back and revisit this key definition at future meetings. Still in the definitions section, staff has received feedback with some confusion regarding the definition of viable trees. And so to help clarify this, we put together 2 different tables for determining viability status. Both tables were constructed using industry standards and definitions, and they help to clarify the definition in simple terms, organized with a chart format. The additional chart that accompanies the one you can see here can be found on page 165 in your council packet. And we did receive some feedback from Council Member Black yesterday pointing out that some of the language in this definition was confusing. So staff does support these revisions and proposes to revise the definition as follows. So what we've done is we've removed the requirement that a viable tree must not be in poor condition, and instead it refers to the table below to determine viability status. So if council as a whole is in agreement, this revision can be incorporated into the draft code. We can take a minute to field some comments or questions, concerns about this change to what was presented in the council packet.
Council, any issues with this? Councilmember Black, did this clarify for you?
Yes, this is exactly what I was hoping for. Thank you.
Excellent.
And thanks to staff.
Good job, Katie.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, we also did receive a comment from the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance regarding trees, regarding trees that are in fair health and fair structure, falling into this not viable category, as you can see here. So the city does recognize that condition ratings for trees can vary greatly, and that's why the city's created the condition rating tables on page 165, which arborists working in the city must follow. And I think it's important to keep in mind that the city's arborist also does a peer review of all arborist reports and visits the sites to confirm condition ratings assigned by project arborists, making sure that they meet the city's definitions for rating tree condition. And this is something that, again, we'll discuss in more length at the January council meetings, but I just wanted to point that out and acknowledge that comment. Okay, so this does conclude the proposed minor amendments to Chapter 9510 definitions. At this time, we'd like to allow council to provide feedback and comments. And overall, staff would like to know whether council as a whole is okay with these amendments to this section for preliminary inclusion in a final draft code. And also, if there are any items you'd like to move off this list for future discussion, please let us know. Thank you.
Council, how's it looking? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Katie. I have a couple of questions on some of the definitions. On hazard trees, you mentioned, or in the definition, it also has a criteria that it needs to be, a hazard tree needs to be in proximity to persons or property that could be damaged by the tree failure or high frequency occupied targets. Can you talk about what, number one, what is high frequency occupied targets? And secondly, what would be allowed for a hazard tree that's not in proximity to one of these?
Yeah, that's a great question, Deputy Mayor. So that terminology is specifically taken from the International Standard for Tree Risk Assessment. So this is a credential that arborists are required to have in order to assess risk from trees. And kind of the basis behind that is that in order for a tree to present risk, there have to be targets. There have to be homes, people, cars, streets. There has to be some type of target in order for a tree to present risk. And that occupancy rate that you brought up, that can be a rating system, or that is a rating system rather. So for instance, a house would have a very frequent or constant occupancy rate because the house is there, it's not movable, it's not mobile. Whereas a busy street with cars that regularly are parked there for most hours of the day would likely have pretty frequent occupancy. And for instance, maybe a really slow street that doesn't have street parking might be less occupancy. And all of those factors are taken into consideration throughout this risk assessment process when determining overall risk ratings for trees. So that kind of ties into your second question where, for a tree to be removed, let's say in the middle of a wetland where there are no walking paths, there are no people that are walking through those areas, based on this international standard, those trees could not meet a high or extreme risk. They would actually have virtually no risk unless there is some usage in that area by recreational users, which in that case, it could be low risk because of that infrequent occupancy.
Okay, so that helps. Thank you very much. Just a couple of clarifications on this. So when you're looking at persons or property, it sounded like from your description, something along a walking path where you could have people there, people not living there would qualify. Would power lines qualify also as something?
Yes, absolutely. So any type of target like that could be have a high cost of repair or major disruption to services would certainly be taken into consideration during that risk assessment.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
I think Councilmember Falcone was before me, Madam Mayor.
Okay, it doesn't show on my screen. So Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Curtis. I don't know who was first, but I was hoping to follow you because I thought you'd have a lot of really great things to say, and I could just add my one little point. Katie, you're doing such a great job. Thank you, and I really appreciate your fresh perspective. So I'm really excited to be working with you on this. My piece of feedback is so minor, it wasn't even something that you briefed us on tonight. It was under 95.05. Where it was assessed to have no impact. The bolded statement that we're working towards achieving a healthy, resilient urban forest with a citywide tree canopy coverage of 40%. I'd like to insert the words, please, at least before 40%, because I would like us to exceed the 40% goal. And I know that's minor, but I think that's an important minor edit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, Adam and Jeremy, I appreciate the strategy going forward. I think breaking this off in pieces is a wonderful way to go, and I really appreciated the chance to read the code. Seeing it all together really helps me. Katie, nice to meet you. I'm sure they've warned you about me, so I look for your indulgence tonight. All I have on 95.1 is I like that you've added topping. I think that a layperson, if they're going to look for a definition, they might be looking for pruning. Topping may not be a term that they're familiar with. So my suggestion is to add pruning in here, and perhaps you can refer to topping. I've noticed conversations on Facebook with our wind that we've had, and people are concerned about trees. There's a lot of questions around limbing trees and sailing trees. So we may want to, and if you overlimb a tree, you're going to damage a tree. You're going to make it an unhealthy tree. So my suggestion is that we do add a pruning definition and that we address some of those concerns. So thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Any further questions, concerns? Go ahead and proceed, Katie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so we will now be moving on to 5 additional sections that with both no impact and a minor impact code amendments. And the first section is Chapter 9521, Public Tree Maintenance and Removal. The existing code includes both public and private regulations in the same section. And what we have done is separated these sections out to improve clarity and ease of use. The first amendment is to the maintenance requirement, which proposes a definition for minor pruning. And minor pruning would be branches that are less than 1.5 inches diameter. And what this does is it allows property owners to prune these minor branches without having to submit a pruning permit through the city. And this increases property owners' rights and reduces the workload on city staff. So pruning standards was also updated to limit pruning to 25% of the total canopy. This aligns with best management practices and improves clarity for residents where they may not have access to these best management practice documents. This also helps to improve tree protection and proper long-term tree care and maintenance. So the next chapter, chapter 9523, private property tree pruning, was slightly updated, including a requirement that city approval must be obtained prior to pruning trees in native growth protection easements, critical areas, and grove covenants. This is consistent with current city practices and ensures pruning is being performed to industry standards within these delicate ecosystems. We have received feedback from Councilmember Black pointing out an inconsistency. There we go. Sorry about that. Pointing out an inconsistency with the code language. Staff does support this revision and proposes the following. What we've done is we've added a distinction that tree pruning permits are not required in any cases. However, if residents prune trees in any of the following categories, the NGPEs, critical areas, and grove covenants, then they must receive written approval from the city. If council is in agreement, staff can include this in a revised version of the draft code. So if we could please take a moment to discuss this and get council's perspective.
Council, any comments or just thumbs up? Okay. I think you're free.
Okay, great. Thank you. So that takes us to chapter 9532, tree and soil protection during development activity. A few updates were made to ensure better tree protection, and this includes requiring that site plans be physically displayed on development sites. What this will do is help to improve tree protection by ensuring that these plans are readily available to workers. Another new addition is the requirement for developers to notify neighbors when impacts occur to trees within the inner critical root zone of their trees. And the intent of this update is to reduce neighbor conflicts and in turn reduce workload on staff. This aligns with current city practices. However, it may involve additional documentation for developers. Finally, a requirement was added regarding changes to grade adjacent to protected trees. The update requires that grade changes or impacts within the critical root zone shall comply to ANSI A300 standards. This could include options such as using hand tools, arborist monitoring, or machinery that reduces impacts to tree roots. And what it does is it allows the planning official to better enforce and require these tree protection measures. Okay, we just have a couple more sections and then we can open it up for council comments. 2 items were added to chapters 9550, installation standards for required plantings. Requirements for plant locations was further described, which includes a detailed planting specification. This planting specification will reduce future conflicts with trees that are planted too close to infrastructure or utilities, with the goal of reducing the burden on future property owners. It also equips developers with better information up front in order to submit approvable replanting plans. Staff did receive feedback from Councilmember Black, which pointed out that some language in this section was unclear and on whether it was a recommendation or a regulation to not plant large trees under overhead utilities. So what staff proposes is adjusting the language to include this as a strict regulation for planting large trees under overhead utilities and has adjusted language to reflect this. So before it said planting large trees under or within proximity to overhead utilities shall be avoided, and we're proposing to say large trees shall not be planted under or within proximity to overhead utilities. So if council is in agreement, we can go ahead and incorporate this into the draft code, and I'd like to open it up for any council comments at this time.
You know, I'm going to start with one. 30 years ago, when my husband and I bought our first house, it had very few plantings. And one of the first things we did is we went to a nursery and we bought 6 cherry trees. And we planted them across the back of the lot, and we planted them. I mean, we just planted them where we wanted to see flowering trees. Those trees are about 40 feet tall now. And we never, ever looked to see if there was a go or no go with regard to moving forward with planting these little trees that I got for like $10 a piece at White's Nursery. So I mean, what happens to John Q. Citizen when they just don't think that there are regulations around what they can plant in their own yards?
I think on this point, what we're trying to clarify is when we are reviewing a landscape plan associated with new development, if we see a tall columnar tree planted right underneath a PSE line, then this gives us the authority to say no, you can't do
Okay.
that. If it's not a permit, like it truly is like I don't want to say don't ask, don't tell. Puget Sound Energy may come out there and whack the tree in the future and prune it severely. But it's not something we're going to be out there policing or enforcing. It's really just to give us the authority with development permits to take a look at what's being proposed underneath utilities and say yay or nay to that.
Thanks, Jeremy. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I did want to speak to this one really quickly and also just reaffirm what the Deputy Director just said. I mean, this whole section applies to required trees, landscaping, and soil and applicants. So I never viewed this section as being a standard that would be applied to a homeowner who's not undergoing a permitting process where there are required trees, landscaping, or soil. But also the main concern. The main concern I had with this language in 95.50, just to be clear, was that we were sort of using permissive language and mandatory language in the same sentence by saying shall be avoided. And rather than have the potential confusion between a planner and a developer as to whether that was meant to be permissive guidance or a mandatory requirement, I wanted us to be clear. I just wanted us to be clear one way or the other. I do understand that from a planning perspective, it would be better for that to be a requirement, and then certainly planners can help developers make a more careful determination as to whether that's a particularly large tree with a particularly large canopy, and just how close it is to the actual utility line. But I can also understand that tonight's meeting is about adopting no impact or low impact amendments to the code without addressing real policy changes. So I will say I'm looking to staff. I support this, but I am looking to staff to sort of indicate what current practice is with respect to the planting of large trees under utilities. And if in fact it's essentially a requirement in these cases where there are required trees, there is required landscaping, et cetera, in connection with the permitting process, then I'm okay with this. But I would be accepting of permissive guidance as well, just as long as it reflected actual practice. But I understand why the staff has come out this way, and I would agree with them if it reflects current practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Black. It really does reflect current practice. There's so much public information pushed out by the utility companies and in the city planting lists about where you really shouldn't plant large trees. So I think it's just trying to affirm that in code language. There's tons of guidance, tons of public education out there to try to discourage this practice. I told Katie in my early planning days, I was doing a final inspection at a gas station in Kirkland where I was there when these beautiful trees that they had spec'd out on their landscape plans were getting tilted up into the power line. And that's when it became clear to me I needed to do a better job at landscape review with my permits. But it is reflecting current practice, and it's just, I think it gives it, there's one more place to look for why this is a bad thing to do.
Okay, Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. I have a question and observation. So on 95.32E, We're talking about regulating trees on neighboring property. The applicant should provide evidence to the owner said tree has been notified of the potential impact. We can offline this conversation, but my question is, I've got a 40-foot magnolia I've been babying. My neighbor's building the house, which is potentially going to damage my tree. What is my recourse? I've been notified, but what is my recourse if their construction harms my tree? So, so somebody talk to me about that later. My other comment is an observation, and it started in 95.41. We are inconsistent in our replanting requirements. Sometimes we talk about 2-inch, sometimes we talk about 2.5-inch. We have 3 different sizes in conifers, 5, 6, and 8. Our language in our code enforcement for replanting is very clear. It's 2-inch caliber for deciduous and evergreen trees and 6 foot for conifers. I suggest that we sort of go through this and be consistent in what we're requiring for replanting and be very deliberate about that. And I do want to advocate that we talk about 2-inch caliber for deciduous and evergreen trees. And then, because we don't always use that language, sometimes we say deciduous, sometimes we say evergreen. So I just want to clean that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Katie, I have a question around how a large tree is defined, because my concern is, what about small trees that have the potential to turn into large trees in the future? Is that accounted for in this? And if I missed that, I apologize. I feel like this is something that I should know. But how do we define that? And if we don't currently have that, can we or should we add something about species of trees that could, or types of trees that could potentially, you know, in 5, 10, 15 years, not be a good tree to have near overhead utilities because it'll get too big?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Falcone. That's a great question. That is not currently defined in the existing code or the proposed draft code. We do have, the City of Kirkland does have a approved street tree list, which does categorize trees into that small, medium, or large tree category. And when we're referring to that size of tree, we're looking at the potential size of that tree at maturity. So not necessarily the size you'd get it from the nursery, but when that tree is fully mature in 20, 30 years, what is its average height and what is its average canopy spread? So I do think that's a great suggestion, and we could potentially look at the code and make that more clear. Right now, it's really mostly pointed out in that approved street tree list that the city has.
Yeah, that would be great if we could just connect it to make it really clear and really transparent. Thank you.
Okay, that's all I see.
Okay, great. So the next item is a line item was added for final inspection, and this is a new addition. So this requires that all plantings shall be completed prior to final inspection. And this is consistent with current city practices and will help to reduce delays with issuing permit finals. And then the last minor amendment that we have is under 9551, tree and landscape maintenance requirements. The maintenance duration requirement was restructured to add a clear distinction between requirements for commercial, industrial, and multifamily developments versus single family developments. So the reason this is grayed out is because we did have some feedback from Councilmember Black raising some questions about this section of the code. And after reviewing the code in more detail, staff does support bringing this topic back in January to ensure the code language is consistent throughout the entire code document. And due to this, we do suggest removing it from this preliminary approval today and readdressing it at a future council meeting. So staff would like some feedback on whether they're in agreement with moving this topic off today's list for future discussion. And if Councilmember Black, you want to elaborate on your comment, feel free to do so. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Black.
Yeah, I'm not going to elaborate to the degree I might
Later.
want to. Suffice it to say that I just think that this is not quite it doesn't seem to me quite ready for prime time. And the existing code, the existing version of the code draws a distinction between required landscaping, which has to be maintained throughout the life of the development, and trees that are being protected pursuant to a tree retention plan, which have to be maintained for a period of 5 years. And here what we've done is we've introduced a second set of variables, which is commercial and multifamily plus single family. Essentially, you've created the possibility of up to 4 permutations, but we only have 2 sections here and they're only dealing with 2 permutations. So my question to the staff was, do we want to be clear as to why there's only 2 of the possible 4 permutations are being addressed here? And I think they, as Katie just said, they took it back, they considered it, and I think essentially agreed that this is something we can address in a little bit more carefully when we're looking at moderate code amendments. So I definitely support looking at this more closely, having the staff take a closer look at this, and then having this be discussed in January as part of maybe moderate amendments.
Any comments? That seems reasonable.
Okay, so that covers all of the code sections with minor amendments. We do have 12 additional code sections that were not discussed in detail today, which include those that with revisions staff believe result in no impact. So the revisions throughout these sections can be found in attachment 1, starting on page 162 of your council packet. And all of the revisions to these sections address typos, redundancies, clarify, simplify, or further define something already in the code. And they may also include simplified formatting or remove outdated references. But we do encourage council to take a look at all these sections and let staff know if you have any comments, just so that you know all of the revisions throughout those sections are in bolded text, so they're easy to see. And then we do have 4 code sections which staff believe have moderate to major amendments. And these are amendments that may be a bit more controversial and substantially new, resulting in increased or eliminated requirements, and which include added procedures, potential cost to permit applicants, as well as some changes to the intent of the tree code. So these 4 sections are the ones that we're going to focus on in depth at the January City Council meetings.
Okay, I think Councilmember Curtis had her hand up.
Oh, yeah, I see her. Sorry. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. Katie, are you almost done? I can wait.
Yep, you are. We are opening the floor to questions. Perfect timing.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate it. So I have comments on 95.44 and 95.45, which are parking lot landscape requirements. And I'm thinking this in the context of large surface areas, and which then takes me to my favorite topic, rooftops. So in this code, we're very prescriptive about what we do. We're basically saying plant trees 15 feet apart on center and so forth. We've all gone through the Target parking lot where the trees are failing, people are walking through the landscaping strips and so forth. So I feel like we can move these 2 sections into the moderate amendments or perhaps major, but there's better ways that we can incent better landscape design. And for example, we talk specifically about bioswales are allowed. I think bioswales should be encouraged. So I would really like to look at these 2 sections and see what we can do better, what we can be more creative about. Plants survive better when they're together in groves or in islands rather than individually. They create habitat, they have symbiotic relationships. So I want to improve our landscape design on our large surface areas, our parking lots, but I also want to transfer what we do with that with our rooftop landscaping. I talk about this all the time, but we we're going into our station area plan and I'm advocating for green infrastructure, and that includes trees, and that has impact on our tree code. So it's sort of, should we address a rooftop design in our tree code, or should we address it in our station area plan? I'm advocating that we address it in our tree code because it's not just implementation for the station area plan, it impacts every rooftop building that we have in the city of Kirkland. I think we can do that. I'd like for staff to come back with options to see how we can revise both these sections to improve the ecology of the sections, but also look at what we can do moving forward on talking about green rooftop and green infrastructure. So rooftop design. So thank you.
Any further discussion? I think that was a very helpful comment, Kelly, because we all see that. No further discussion? Katie, do you have more?
Just a little bit more here. So in summary, we just wanted to hear general feedback from council on whether these code sections that we discussed today kind of meet your expectations for adoption within the final code. And if there are, I know we kind of had some discussion throughout already, but if there are any particular sections or items we went over today that you feel need to be pulled and discussed at future meetings.
I think, except as already identified by council members Black and Curtis, it looks like we're good to go.
Okay, lovely. So we can talk about the next steps. So staff has proposed the following timeline for addressing these additional code amendments, and we'll take all of the feedback that we heard from council today and come back in January with additional information on those topics discussed. So what we're proposing is during the January 4th and 18th City Council meetings, like Jeremy mentioned, we'll present moderate and major code amendments, focusing on those 4 major code sections that will require more discussion. And at the January 18th meeting, staff will also have a consolidated draft code in its entirety for council to review. And then we're proposing at the February 1st meeting that council consider adoption of final regulations. Following this potential adoption, we would go through the Houghton Community Council review within the disapproval jurisdiction. And finally, we would be looking at code implementation beginning in the spring, at which time staff will, of course, seek additional direction from council on effective dates and options related to vesting of projects. So do we have, we talked about this a bit at the beginning of the presentation, but does council have any comments or questions about this proposed timeline?
I think you guys have laid it out very well. I think you've broken it up into bite-sized pieces. We just took the first small bite. Don't expect
this was the easy one.
Yeah, don't expect this to be quite so easy as we move through this, Katie. So,
yeah, good introduction. It's perfect.
Exactly.
Yeah. And with that, we'd like to also thank all the groups that submitted comments to the city regarding tonight's meeting. A lot of those subjects will be covered in more depth in the January council meetings, and I think we did address some of them tonight as well. And with that, thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, and if anybody has any additional questions and comments, feel free to go for it.
Great. Well done, Katie. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, folks, I believe that takes us, it takes us to new item C, which, where to go?
Anti-idling.
The anti-idling allocation. Councilmember Nixon.
Well, I would suggest, Madam Mayor, that you need to get a motion on the floor to approve this item, and then I can speak during the discussion.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Black to put item
it says the approval of the
H2,
fiscal.
anti-idling public awareness campaign authorization to approve it. Discussion. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, as I previously expressed when we voted to use some council special project funding for anti-idling leafleting, it's not a direction that I support, and so I will vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor of moving forward with the anti-idling allocation, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
The motion carries 6-1. Thank you. That takes us to item number 10, reports. And first person on my screen is Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, feels like there's a lot happening the last few weeks. Just a couple noteworthy things. Enjoyed attending the swearing in and promotion ceremony on November 4th of our police department. Can't wait to start doing that in person again at some point. Attended a few neighborhood meetings with the Moss Bay, which was really good. Presentation by Google. And then the South Rose Hill Brattle Trails neighborhood meeting on November 9th. Councilmember Falcone and I had the meeting with Lake Washington School District, and we'll send out notes from that meeting. But it was a really good discussion with school board representatives, the superintendent and his staff on 85th Street, on safer routes to school implementation plan that we talked about tonight. Potential partnership opportunities on park ballot measures. And they brought up, one of the issues they brought up was they're seeing very high student generation rates for kind of affordable housing, low income housing than they've seen in the past. So they had a lot of questions about where else we're planning for affordable housing, because they're seeing just a lot of families with kids moving into those types of units and just want to plan appropriately. They really want to really be proactive about that, because it is something that does affect student populations. So that was interesting to talk with them about. And then finally, tomorrow we have our regional transit committee meeting with SCA. It's hopefully our final meeting of the year, where we, after 2 years of deliberations, will be voting on adoption of the 3 policy documents: the strategic plan for Metro, the service guidelines, and the Metro Connects long-term plan. SCA caucus, which I'm a part of, basically has most of the amendments. We really feel like that there's broad agreement from the county council and Seattle City Council members on them. So we're thinking that it should be smooth sailing, but you just never know, do you? So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, and just kudos to you, Councilmember Pascal, on what a great job the Regional Transit Committee is doing. I love the fact that you're having the small sessions and that you're reaching out to individual council members in Seattle and the county. And in fact, I'm going to start mirroring some of the behaviors that you've described in the Regional Water Quality Committee as well. So thank you for that. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not a whole lot to report. I just wanted to highlight that I prepared and sent to the entire council a summary of the Eastside Transportation Partnership meeting from last week, which Deputy Mayor chaired. And that information is in your inbox. And then upcoming this week, RIA 8 Salmon Recovery Council is meeting. Nothing really to report there, although very timely that on this week's agenda, a discussion of tribal treaty rights by representatives of local Native peoples. So I will find that fascinating. And of course, we'll provide the group, the council rather, a summary after that meeting. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, some of my things were already checked off by Councilor Pascal, so I'm glad that I went after him. I will add that I really, really appreciated all of staff's hard work on putting together the 85th Station Area Plan walking tour field trip. It was fun to get out and, you know, be in person with staff, and Councilor Pascal and I were on a tour together. But it was also really informative. It was really helpful as we go through this process to be able to visualize where these different proposed changes are going to be happening and what that might look like, and to really be able to talk through that while we were physically standing there at these different locations. And the materials that staff provided were just, as the mayor mentioned earlier, were just really, really super helpful, very high quality, and I really, really appreciated that. So thank you to everyone who helped put that together. Also wanted to highlight the Kirkland Health Fair that happened a couple weeks ago. Just want to give kudos to Kirkland Human Services staff, in particular. Antoinette and Leslie did a fantastic job putting that event together. I'm told that at the event, 155 COVID-19 vaccines were administered. I had the opportunity to help and volunteer at this event, and they were just fantastic community event with not only COVID-19 vaccines, which really helped draw a lot of people in, but there were health screenings and dental screenings and ORCA cards for folks who were in need. There was fantastic booths with lots of information about different services throughout the city. I saw, you know, different organizations connecting with other, you know, organizations and networking, which has been so hard to do during this pandemic. So really fantastic job to the human services staff and everyone who helped pull that off. That was a fantastic community event. A lot of really good events coming up. I won't go through all of them, but wanted to highlight that on December 3rd, SCA is hosting a panel on allyship that I'll be serving on, representing an elected official with disabilities. And so I encourage you to attend and listen to, there's going to be a pretty good panel of folks representing different perspectives and how folks can be allies to neighbors in the community. And then a couple other things. I wanted to thank my fellow council members for adopting Ordinance 4773 tonight, and also thank city staff for putting that together. This was an ordinance that was on our consent agenda tonight, which prohibits parking in the right of way dedicated for pedestrian use by signs, markings, or a shoulder behind a raised curb. As you likely know from looking at the memo, Finn Hill has a really high number of extruded curb walkways than other parts of the city. And so I'm very familiar with a lot of these areas. And this was an issue that my family identified earlier this year, that we didn't realize that it wasn't illegal to park on these walkways. So I asked the city manager to explore, you know, ways that we can fix this. So thank you so much to city manager and for staff for putting that together. I feel like, again, this is another example of a very concrete way that we're helping to make the community safer, particularly because there's so many of those extruded curb walkways, at least in Finn Hill, along school walk routes. And so particularly helping to improve the safety of our school children who are walking and biking to school. So thank you so much for that. Also wanted to mention that I spoke with the city manager earlier today about, you may remember my legislative memo request a couple of meetings ago on how the city could help facilitate the removal of race-based and other restrictive covenants throughout the city that may still be on the books. And so I wanted to ask perhaps city manager, if during your reports, if you could share the update that you shared with me earlier today on that, because I think it's good news. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I don't have much to report because Irene and I have been on vacation in the Southeast for the past 2 weeks. We did 6 cities in 3 states in 14 days, but visited with a lot of friends and family, including one of her friends that she hadn't seen in 40 years. So that was fun. My only observation is that being on a city council call at 1:30 in the morning is something I'd like to avoid in the future.
Vacation can be vacation.
Well, I always flunk vacation. I'm sorry. But happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have nothing to add.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the police swearing in and promotion ceremony that Councilmember Pascal mentioned, I wanted to just emphasize how impressed I was. I really love hearing about the background of the new recruits that are being sworn in and the folks that are being promoted. If there's any way we can get some of these profiles out in the public, it's amazing the lived experiences of the folks on our police force and the backgrounds that they come from, and the interesting people that are coming into policing mid-career. It's really a very strong group we can be proud of and really enjoy those ceremonies. Secondly, I would add that the legislative work group in the last 2 weeks has met with Senator Kuderer of the 48th District, Representative Springer from the 45th District, and Representative Clover from the 1st District on our legislative priorities. We're getting good feedback on those priorities and some good questions, especially on the Regional Crisis Triage Center that we're looking to fund, and some of the affordable housing incentives and tax breaks that are part of our legislative agenda. We will talk more about those as Lori McKay does updates as our regular meetings beginning in January. Upcoming tomorrow morning is the Lake Washington School District State of the District. It's at 8 a.m. If people are able to recover from this meeting and join early, I'm interested in hearing the superintendent's view on that. And then on November 30th, Sound Cities has its annual meeting where each of the cities needs to vote on adoption of the budget and the city cost share. So one of the things we need to do this evening is designate who's going to be our voting member to that meeting. I don't know if any of you have signed up to attend on November 30th. I am available to, but don't want to jump in if somebody else is already interested in RSVP'd to attend.
Deputy Mayor, I think that's December 1st. Am I wrong?
I think you're right. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, December 1st. I'm looking at the memo. I think I sent the memo around to you guys this afternoon. I cannot attend because I have a board meeting that night. So would love some volunteers. And if nobody's forthcoming now, certainly Deputy Mayor, you would be wonderful. Do we have 2 voting members for that? Does anybody know?
The city manager's saying 1.
Just 1, I believe.
1, okay. Then if you want to take that responsibility, we would appreciate it.
Very well, thank you.
Okay. And then for me, a few things. I've been sending you some series of minutes and reports that I've been getting at the various meetings that I've been attending. A lot of really good work coming out of the One Redmond East Side focused work around COVID. I sent you there's a great report. Actually, maybe I haven't sent it yet. I think I just got it again this afternoon after the meeting. I've also been meeting with the representatives from the Eastside Community Development Fund a couple times this last couple weeks. Once as with HopeLink in terms of what kind of a partnership can happen with HopeLink as one of the providers in the community. This is Kevin Wallace's group that is out there ready to end homelessness on the east side. Because the Homelessness Authority is moving rather slowly along their timeline, the folks at ECDF are really anxious to get working on local approaches, what they can do to make sure that somehow the east side gets fixed first, or they have dedicated resources and they want to work on the east side in particular. We've been holding them a little bit at arm's length from the perspective of the cities, all of us, waiting, as we all have been, for the authority to begin to identify the direction that they're going in. We have referred ECDF staff to Mark Dones at the authority, and they've had many conversations where I think they're going to actually come up with an interim process for ECDF to actually have some impact, maybe on emergency housing over this winter, but with the intent that at some point in time they will be able to be part of the solution, maybe not sitting at the table with us, but somehow as a funders group to feed in with other funders groups that are being developed in other sub-area regions. Coming up, the only thing, I've got a mystery meeting with Christine Gregoire, speaking of homelessness, on Friday. There's a small group of us that she continues to come back and meet with, but she sends out these agendas that don't tell you anything about what's happening. I just know it's an update on the Challenge Seattle process around homelessness. We took care of the voting delegate. The only other thing I wanted to mention is we've had a bit of a dust up around the water supply development fund that we all had talked about when Cascade Water Alliance came and addressed us recently. We'd been moving along a path for the past year where we were going to probably get this approved and start working on the investments coming in January. Bellevue has decided they're taking another approach. So they're offering some alternatives for us as an organization to look at. Frankly, the rest of the board is not, well, neither is the Bellevue board member in support of the request that we're getting from Bellevue. So the board meeting tomorrow afternoon will be focused around discussion of what alternatives we can use, what approaches we could potentially use with the Bellevue City Council around sort of bringing them around to the way that all the rest of the cities are thinking, because Bellevue does have a veto power with regard to, big decisions at Cascade Water Alliance. So more to come on that. Hopefully we will prevail with logic and I mean, we have just worked for so long on this particular process. It's sort of surprising that it's taken this turn. And other than that, I don't think I have anything for tonight. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a couple quick calendar things, and I will give you the update that Councilmember Falcone asked. So just a reminder that on the 22nd of November, on Monday, you have the joint meeting with the Houghton Community Council, and that's at 7. The Houghton Community Council has a meeting at 5:30. That's just them, and then the joint meeting will be at 7 o'clock, hosted by the City Council, so the mayor will be the presiding officer at the meeting. Just want to see if anyone had any questions about that before I move on. And then secondly, we do know that the December 14th meeting is going to be quite lengthy. So just wanted to let you know the staff is going to be looking at all those items and seeing whether it makes sense to move anything. Most of it is sort of time sensitive, but we are going to be looking at that over the next couple weeks. I do have one calendar question for you, which is we have a new applicant for the youth seat on the library board, and we have a applicant for the Tourism Development Committee. But the only meeting we have left is the December 14th council meeting, but the study session is the 85th Street Station Area Plan. So one question that the clerk and I wanted to ask was the council, would you be interested in trying to do an interview before the 5:30 meeting on the 14th, or would you want to see those applications go into January?
I personally think January would be, I think the 14th is going to be crazy.
So then it's just 2, so we could probably move them on.
Council? Okay. Yeah, because it's also time for us to have, to probably have an executive session around the city manager's annual evaluation. Kevin sent me a request for a date, and I'm going to push back to him to see if it is possible for us to do that in some kind of an executive session fashion offline. And I'll just follow up with you all when I find out.
So just very quickly on the issue of covenants. So as you recall, we looked at possibly having that on our state legislative agenda. At the advice of our lobbyists, we actually looked at the recent state legislation that passed. And the state legislation that passed, we think, gives us all the authority we need to just have a local option. We also checked with King County, and King County has a process on their website to deal with the issue of a racial covenant on someone's deed. And so what we're going to do as staff is simply sort of mirror that, bring that ability to our own website, and we think with our existing staffing, we can reach out and provide support to anyone who's interested in making that change. It does, of course, require the property owner wanting to do that, but we think we can accomplish that with existing resources. So we're going to put that program into effect in the first quarter of next year. So see if anyone had any questions about that. Okay. And just a reminder, we do have a closed session following this, so that's the last item I have, unless anyone has any other council calendar changes.
Okay. So, City Manager, do you have any sense of how long the closed session is going to take?
I think it'd be less than 15 minutes. I don't know, does the council need a short break before you go into the closed session, or is everybody okay?
No, let's just do it.
All right. So 15 minutes, I believe.
Okay, so that will take us, somebody do the math. Let's just say 11:15
Okay.
or 11:10.
And I believe we'll return for purposes of adjournment after
Yes.
closed session.